Remarkable! Incredible! Unbelievable!
Save! And fuck our champions! Good up, Beach! Goal!
It doesn't get any better than that.
The first of this Football Association Euro New York versus Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club trilogy is just moments away here in Staten Island. The most experienced players, of course, in these overall combined rosters, the U15 squads, will go toe-to-toe in a Saturday morning showdown that could readjust the mid-table standings. Behind the camera is Nicholas Marshall. I am Sean Cabrera, and you are watching MLS Next on Game in Frame. FA Euro New York will be sporting an all-white kit, accompanied by black details. Their goalkeeper as well will be wearing an all-black uniform. Meanwhile, the visiting Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club wearing blue tops, black shorts, and blue socks. And the Connecticut goalkeeper will be wearing a Vault green outfit. As it will be the visiting side to start with the ball first. FA Euro New York will likely approach this game with a ton of defense. Though that being said, these two teams not too dissimilar in terms of standings. But first, the arbitration staff assuring everything is fit to proceed here. Of course, making sure everything's okay. Currently a very sunny Saturday morning here, 75 degrees Fahrenheit. According to the weather reports, partly cloudy, though it feels quite humid here. We're already starting to feel that early summer vibe here in this part of New York City. So a good day for shorts, at least for now. There were supposed to be rains earlier, but looks like it's gotten delayed. Fortunately for us here, and fortunately for the players on the field, as there's another delay here. So, in both of the MLS Next tables, Football Association New York and Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club are neighbors in standings by the mid-table, as Euro and Beachside go mano a mano in this MLS Next match on Game in Frame. So, Beachside in MLS Next Flex standings resides in 11th place, which is just barely superior to that of FA Euro New York, that rests at 12th, as this is an early cross into the 18-yard box that is eventually swallowed up by the goalkeeper. That being said, in MLS Next Flex, there is only a 4-point gap between FA Euro and Beachside. However, when we look at the active MLS Next League table, let's note that MLS Next Online does separate those two standings. Beachside does have a 2-point lead on the Brooklynites here playing in Staten Island. However, it is important to note that Beachside has already completed 7 matches, whereas FA Euro New York has only completed 5. Giveaway here, shot from way downtown outside the 18-yard box into the gloves of the goalkeeper. Good recovery from the Connecticut netminder. Not the easiest save to make there, considering that the ball was given away. Could have been a deadly situation. Looking to capitalize was Aiden Banda Sosa, but again, the netminder with some firm positioning and some firm readjustments, as it's Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club that restarts the match here, playing out the backfield. Back to the fullback, who is currently feeling the pressure of Matthew Schwal as well as Aiden Banda Sosa. Banda Sosa recovering the ball. Lost by the final third. Here comes Beachside, only momentarily, as Peter Mikunda dispossessed, still inside the 18-yard box, and for the first time today, I believe that's Red Borisevic, who can get his gloves dirty. In fact, this is the first time in a while, in a home match, that is, in which we've seen Red Borisevic. As this one is lobbed into the final third, Beachside, unable to penetrate that penalty area for now. Schwal putting this ball back up into service, back into circulation. Borisevic once more collecting that loose ball inside his own 18-yard box. Borisevic dropping it to his feet, playing it toward the nearest defender, toward his nearest center back, as now Peter Mikunda has Sinenki, I believe, as a nearby option. Or not Sinenki, excuse me, that is Abdusami Saidaliev. As Claudino asks for the pass, instead it moves forward. Andrew Rusinov the target man in this situation, entering inside the penalty area. It's crossed toward that far post. Goalkeeper got a paw to it. Outstretched fingertips, in fact. A cross-gone shot that nearly stuns the netminder. And it's some good reflexes as well from the goalkeeper. Corner kick now for FA Euro New York. And I believe he got the slightest of touches with his fingertips. A top-hand save. A noteworthy one to keep the game for now scoreless, as Matthew Schwal stands over the ball, serves it toward that back post, going off ahead. The goalkeeper once more inside his 6-yard box, steadfast as ever. This broadcast, of course, has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Air Case the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code to get 10% off and keep it fresh. Abdusami Saidaliev, the fullback on the right-hand side. Quick 1-2s with the number 10. Back to Abdusami Saidaliev. Aiden Bandasosa. Quick plays in the middle third. Unfortunately for Roman Bobic, unable to make it past the halfway line with that ambitious pass, as a couple stepovers result in an interception for Cian Norbu. Norbu, alongside Schwal, applying pressure. Bobic, unable to block it initially. Aristotle Zazulin trying to do his job as well. Borisevic, once more commanding the trajectory of the ball for now. Abdusami Saidaliev. Saidaliev playing it up the right-hand side. That flank being attacked, but unfortunately for FA Euro New York, trickles out of bounds. It will be a throw-in for Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. As that ball surely went out of bounds, the assistant referee, in accordance with that, as well as the lead referee himself, surprisingly a touch windy here in this part of Staten Island, New York. Admittedly, it is a little refreshing, as Beachside of Connecticut can take this free kick by the halfway line itself, still with the defender, as Peter Mikunda lets his presence be known. Interception for FA Euro New York, crossing into the enemy half, looking for Rusinov. Andrew just outside the penalty area, now going for a shot toward that near post. Goalkeeper not surprised whatsoever, a quick shuffle, and he's able to control it. So for now, the Beachside keeper has a duo of saves in this match. Winds of 7 miles per hour, gusts of up to 16. Again, not that extreme, at least in terms of New York City weather within the past handful of weeks. And again, it feels more refreshing here given the humidity. It shouldn't be entirely game-changing, however, as Abdusami Saidaliev, unable to fully dispossess his opponent, looking for a far post cross, serves it. Aiden Bandasosa using the top of his head barely to knock it out of harm's way. Throw in now for Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club here in this U15 MLS Next match. Play toward the nearest option. Ball still live, controlling with the left foot, crossing with the right. A backwards header that Borisevic can also collect. Technically not a save as it was veering off target. So for now, Borisevic with no saves. That being said, he has recovered various loose balls inside the penalty area. Unlike the Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club goalkeeper, who already has 2 saves officially to his name, including a great top-hand save that at first didn't appear like one, but the referee, of course, with the better angle, saw the use of the fingertips. And of course, not too long ago, perhaps just 2 minutes ago, it was Andrew Rusinov who threatened the near post of the Volt Green netminder. As the fullback of Beachside feels the looming threat of a white jersey. Good control using the right foot as well, pushing with that same foot. Should be a foul against Roman Bobic, undoubtedly so. As now the referee is quick to instill some discipline. Would be quite a surprise if he were to take out a card this early, although it wouldn't be unjustified. So for now, it's just a stern talking. It's good refereeing, warning the young player what he deems as appropriate in this match. As toward the south side of this venue are some ominous clouds. But with our current view here, some blue skies with some white clouds, crossed inside the penalty area, taking a volley. Borisevic not needed for an on-target save. However, it does go out for a corner kick, ricocheting off an FA Euro New York defender. Second corner kick of this match as a whole, first for Beachside. As there's already one blue jersey surrounding Borisevic. The goalkeeper perhaps being saved here by the referee, who doesn't look to be a big fan of minimal contact against the netminder, understandably so, as that same striker tries to crowd the netminder. Once more, serve toward the near post. Still chaos inside the 18-yard box, eventually cleared away by FA Euro New York. A surprising number here of away fans in this Staten Island venue. Dedicated players alongside their dedicated families, no doubt. As it's still with Beachside. Perhaps had an angle for an ambitious shot, instead went conservative, passing toward the nearest blue jersey. The center back, playing toward that right-hand side. From center back to fullback. As the defender has a lot of space to work with, Roman Bobic must mark that player carefully alongside Peter Mikunda. Loose ball inside the 18-yard box. It is Peter Mikunda that gets to the sphere first. Aiden Bandasosa with the last-ditch touch. Ball still in play in favor of Beachside Soccer Club. Beachside still trying to threaten Borisevic, unable to force him into a save for now. Andy Rusanov. This could be a tackle, gun assist, all for himself. Andy Rusanov going down. A case of the turf monster, as well as some solid defending from Beachside of Connecticut. And he's still down on the ground. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. Again, it could have been the traction of the field in tandem with the strength of the fullback, who had to dash all the way back to prevent a breakaway. Solid defending from Beachside again. And again, your starters for FA Euro New York include Red Borisevic in goal, Peter Mikunda at the center back role alongside Matias Claudino, Abdusami Saidaliev filling in that right back role. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, we find Aristotle Zazulin. The trio of midfielders includes Roman Bobic, Johnny Beck Jilalov, as that ball was delivered toward the striker. Fortunately for FA Euro New York, the offside flag was raised. So Jilalov as well fills in that center midfielder duo. Meanwhile, the center attacking midfielder will be Matthew Schwal. On the left wing, we'll find Chian Norbu. On the right wing, Aiden Bandasosa. And lastly, at striker, we'll see Andrew Rusanov. Mikunda toward Abdusami Saidaliev. Saidaliev. Oh, that's a dangerous giveaway. Ricocheting off the Beachside player. Fortunately, doesn't result in any goal for now. Clean tackle, according to the referee, and hard to argue against that. Some clever dribbling. Somehow the ball sticks to him, as though he has a magnet inside his shoe. Beachside. Lateral play. Just outside the penalty area, trying to poke it forward with the left foot. Unable to do so. FA Euro New York trying to craft a counterattack of its own. Andrew Rusanov very clearly offside.
Fans, just a friendly reminder that during the game,
about a full body offside. Good readjustment from the fullback again, rescuing his team from what could have been a breakaway for Rusanov. The defender for now, 2 for 2. As we've already made it past the first 12 minutes of this match, still scoreless. as head coach Angelo Orlando shouts orders at his defenders to reposition themselves. And for now, they appear to be doing a good job, these young players, considering that no shot on target has been allowed at this moment, unlike the opposition that has already conceded 2. Driven pass, intercepted by a well-positioned Zazulin. Zazulin, hoping to feed Aiden Bandasosa on the right wing, poked away by Matthew Schwal, the center attacking midfielder. Rusanov going down. Although the Beachside defender did get the ball first, it was the follow-up contact that had resulted in the foul. The referee likely seeing a slightly elevated knee, resulting in dangerous play. Though again, I do believe that I saw the ball being touched first. As Claudino, as well as Peter Mikunda, stand over the ball, the 2 center backs. Free kick specialists for their side.
Leading off for the Saints, second baseman number 13, Alec.
To attempt a shot from here would be outrageous, as Matias Claudino faces a 2-man wall. The nearest player to the ball, the second nearest, would be Mikunda. Claudino serving it toward that back post, ultimately not harming any Beachside player nor the goalkeeper, so it goes out for a goal kick. As Beachside can restart this match from the goal kick. Played all the way back to the fullback. As he looks for options, Rusanov trying to pick his pocket. Instead, Abdusami Saidaliev has Claudino for help. Back to Borisevic. Borisevic toward Claudino, has Peter Mikunda as well as Roman Bobic as the nearest option. Goes toward the latter as Bobic laterals it toward Claudino. Speaking of laterals, another play toward Mikunda, Abdusami Saidaliev the nearest option. Instead, Aiden Bandasosa with perhaps a little too many touches as he tried looking for space, resulted in a giveaway, as that left winger's interception has now indirectly resulted in a touch from the fullbacks. As he has to recover his footing, he still has a lot of space and a lot of time to think about where this ball should go. Playing it back toward the other fullback. Clearly no panic from this back line, very firm. And that seems to be an organizational philosophy, as we'll see in the U14 and U13 matches. It's arguably the defense of Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club that remains as the strongest facet, at least on paper, according to MLS Next. Of course, when we're taking into account the quality of play defensive scores, as it's intercepted by the middle third, not too far away from the halfway line by Beachside. The visitors from Connecticut driving it up the middle, more or less. Now toward the left flank, intercepted by Abdusami Saidaliev. Aiden Bandasosa with a lot of traffic. Schwal unable to reconnect with the number 20 of FA Euro New York. And it's that same number 20 that gets the final touch before this throw-in. This one lobbed forward. Aristotle Zazulin can chase down this ball with only one marker on top of him. As Norbu, pardon me, as Jalailov, just over the head of Aristotle Zazulin, as he plays it out wide. Still in play, still alive, Aristotle Zazulin, as the ball's inside the penalty area, poked away by Roman Bobic. Slightly dangerous moment for FA Euro New York. Second chance here for Beachside, looking for a head. The assistant referee quick to raise that offside flag. Beachside nearly finding its first shot on target. In fact, maybe inches away from a goal, had that player hopped quite literally an inch or two higher.
Now batting, the catcher number 8, Derek Onavello.
Of course, the U14 and U13 rosters of these two sides have their respective encounters later today at 12:30 p.m. and 2:20 p.m. Likewise, tonight at 8 p.m. in the United Premier Soccer League Premier Division, top 3 side New York Empire FC looks for all 3 points from East Coast FC. Tomorrow at 7 p.m. as well, American Soccer Club New York makes its National Premier Soccer League debut versus Osners FC. At 8 p.m. this Sunday as well, Richmond County FC looks for an upset victory against the mighty New York Penn Cyprian Freedoms. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. As Beachside can take this throw-in within its own third, over the head of the initial target, Roman Bobic, feeding consecutive throw-ins here toward the away side. Still scoreless here after the initial 18 minutes. That being said, however, the only offensive chances that have required some goalkeeper intervention have come from FEU New York. In other words, 2 shots on target for the local side here. Schwal receiving a throw-in, bouncing off his chest. Schwal recovering as well. And once more another throw-in for Beachside Soccer Club. Both brigades trying to use the flanks as Rusanov lays it over for Jalailov. Jalailov instead encounters a very solid tackle from Beachside of Connecticut. Another throw in here. Aiden Bandasosa was in position for that Jalailov header. Jalailov using his left shoulder to poke it forward. Unfortunately for him, goes out of play for a Beachside goal kick. The Volt Green goalkeeper so far hasn't dirtied his gloves within the past 10 minutes or so.
Self-serve next to the SG table.
Play toward that right-hand side, driven forward. Clever flick from Beachside, intercepted, however, by FEU New York. Some proactive defending, as well as good defensive anticipation. That should be a foul. Came in too late, but he at least apologized. Very clearly indicated by his body language, as he also continues to communicate with the player whom he fouled. Again, a good sign of sportsmanship. Late to the party, late to the tackle. Very evident free kick for FEU New York. No question about it, as Peter Mikunda is the nearest player to the ball. To his right-hand side, we find Claudino as well as Bobic. Instead, he goes for a cross inside the 18-yard box. Beachside having to defend this chance. Pulling the trigger was Andrew Rusanov, not too far away from goal. Perhaps a foot or two right above the bar, though it's enough to give the away side players as well as fans here a bit of a fright. I believe that's the first shot off target for FEU New York. 2 for 3 at this moment, which is not at all a bad ratio, especially to start a match. As these two teams on paper, again, fairly equal.
And leading off for the Dolphins, the second baseman.
Throw in for Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club, although the referee, I believe, has issued a break here for now. Water break for these two young teams, the U15 squads. Play will be resumed from that throw-in as the clock continues to wind upward. So, as said earlier, Beachside resides in 11th place according to MLS Next Flex. Remember, these are 2 separate tables according to the MLS Next online, or at least MLS Next website. Beachside is in 11th place and finished with 4 points above 12th place FEU New York. So not too much separation between those two, even though, of course, these two teams also missed out on the tournament, albeit not by much. Still mid-table contenders there, as well as mid-table contenders in the MLS Next League table. And in that circumstance, Beachside does have the upper hand. That being said, however, it's only a 2-point gap. Not to mention that FAU New York has only played 5 matches in that schedule. Meanwhile, Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club has played 7 already. So again, not too much difference here, and with a win, FAU New York would hypothetically go above Beachside, thus returning the favor in what had occurred in the MLS Next Flex standings. As the 22 starting players collectively march back onto the field alongside the refereeing staff. And for now, Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club is holding its back line well, although conceding 2 shots on target. That same fullback, on center back, was able to halt 2 breakaways from Andrew Rusinov. As it will be a throw in here for Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. That being said, however, Beachside will need to find a faster transition into the final third. They must test Borisevic. And speaking of fast transitions here, just outside the 18-yard box by about 10 yards or so. That's a lovely ball inside the penalty area, trying to poke it forward. Aristotle Zazulin blocking the initial attempt and also with the clearance himself. Ball goes out of play. And right as soon as we were talking about it, the need for speedier transitions into the final third. And what a lovely cross that was, driven as well. Not too much time in the air. In fact, cutting the winds and air on the low ground like a knife through hot butter, or excuse me, like a hot knife through butter. Although either does technically work in this case. As along the left flank it goes, Jalailov, with not too much ball time, poked away by Beachside. The away side from Connecticut, encountering a clearance from the FAU New York number 10. Of course, Jalailov.
Now batting the first baseman, number 22.
So now one must also wonder if FAU New York will approach this match with more aggression. Again, 2 shots on target, 3 total shots attempted. As Rusinov trying to find a response as to whether FAU New York will play that aggressive style. Jalailov unable to get to the ball first. Luckily for him, Claudino there to help out. Schwal back to Mikunda. Mikunda could share the ball here with Abdusami Saidaliev, and that's exactly what he does. Abdusami encounters an outstretched right leg from the left winger, as now the striker overlaps that left-hand side. Onside still. Miscommunication in the quick 1-2 results in a giveaway. No foul against Aiden Bandasosa according to the referee. Beachside unable to get past Aiden Bandasosa and Matthew Schwal. Here comes Rusinov as well along the right edge of the field of play. Rusinov cutting it inward, has 2 defenders at the same time. Rusinov for a moment had the ball at his feet, ultimately poked away. Aiden Bandasosa looking for a cross, or instead a set piece here via a corner kick. So it will be a corner kick for Matthew Schwal and company. Not too many white jerseys inside the 18-yard box in comparison to prior games, especially in Brooklyn, New York. For now, of the 10 outfielders, currently counting 6 within the penalty area as it's served toward that back post, and it bounces off his head into the gloves of the goalkeeper. Well positioned. Dangerous opportunity. 3rd shot on target, 4th overall shot attempted. Unlike his first save of the match, which required some top hand intervention, this one didn't require a miraculous stretch. The goalkeeper well positioned in his own right. A left-footed lob with not too much airtime results in an interception for Abdusami Saidaliev. Saidaliev to Aiden Bandasosa. Might have gotten an extra piece of contact at the end. Roman Bovic snuffing out that dribble as well. Quick 1-2s. Aiden Bandasosa playing a slightly risky game there. These triangle pass drills currently finding a response from the Beachside defenders as Aiden Banda Sosa goes down. The referee sees it as clean. Some home side fans complaining of a shove to the back. The referee not seeing a strong enough case for it, so it's a goal kick for Beachside. Right-footed goal kick along the ground toward the wide midfielder, and Abdusami Saidaliev did get the final touch poking it away, but surely he wanted to keep it in play as it's lobbed toward the striker, now filling in that left wing role. We're seeing a consistent theme here between the left winger and the striker of Beachside Soccer Club, both filling in each other's niches when necessary, as Andy Rusinov unable to keep it in play, almost resulting in a direct interception as Schwal back to the number 26 Rusinov. Rusinov has Jalailov. Jalailov has Rusinov. Jalailov, ball tackled away from him. As we have made it past the 29th minute, so officially reaching the half-hour mark, just 10 minutes away from the halftime break. And speaking of which, do stay tuned during the halftime break to catch the April Goal of the Month nominees. Those will be shown at halftime itself again. Aristotle Zazulin dribbling away from his opponent, crossing it left-footed toward Aiden Banda Sosa. He would have been offside anyway. About a full body. Not too controversial, not much to contest there. Aiden Banda Sosa knew it himself. As the goalkeeper restarts this game once more, Abdusami Saidaliev, unable to get the full interception. Aiden Banda Sosa had his jersey tugged, went down, was looking for the foul, trying to draw it. The referee not falling for the exaggerated movements as Peter Mikunda gets beaten on that dribble. A good push forward along the left-hand side, crossing with that same left foot, encountering a header as well. Off target, but not a bad piece of play at all from Beachside. No shot on target for now, but it is the first official shot. At least one that doesn't encounter an FA Euro jersey, as we have now officially made it past the half-hour mark. 10 minutes remain here. Although I'd imagine we'd have a little more of stoppage time considering the water break. So realistically, perhaps 13 minutes if I were to predict at this moment additional time. Mikunda has Abdusami Saidaliev. FA Euro. Looking for an opening goal here. Rusinov. As Schwal, brought down to the ground, draws the foul. The referee was going to allow at first advantage, although upon FA Euro New York momentarily losing possession, the referee was forced to blow the whistle for a free kick. Mikunda. A safe pass toward Claudino. Back to Peter Mikunda. Mikunda, right-footed pass toward Jalailov. Back to Roman Bobic. Roman Bobic going for a trick of his own. That ball trickling out of play, and it goes out for a corner kick. The third in this first half for FA Euro New York. The fourth in total in this game. So again, offensively, FA Euro New York is leading the charge. Not something we see too often, given that there's a more defensive mindset for FA Euro New York. Though it's a good change of pace and perhaps a good surprise here for the local side as this corner kick makes its way toward that first post, headed away. Fourth corner kick now for FA Euro New York. In fact, in one of the first games of this calendar year, the U15 squad had that entertaining, nail-biting game versus Bayside FC in Rhode Island, or from Rhode Island, I should say, here in Staten Island. Served toward that back post! Not too far away from the goal itself. Was maybe thinking about the Olympic goal. Although the referee has issued another corner kick here, so technically the goalkeeper did in fact get a touch. Officially a shot on target then, according to the referee and his signal. So fourth shot on target, 5 shots in total. Schwal Schwal delivering it toward the far post. Goalkeeper once more. Good reflexes, was able to recover his own save whilst it was bouncing around inside the 6-yard box. Solid stats for now for FAU New York. 5 shots on target out of 6 total attempted. And if my math is correct, that's about an 83.33% shot on target rate. This one served. Courageous goalkeeping, swatting it away the first time. Shot was wide anyway. And although I believe it's Rusinov who's down on the ground, the referee with the right call. It is Rusinov. Again, the goalkeeper was just doing his job, looking for the ball. The same could be said for Rusinov, but there's a reason why the goalkeeping position itself is the one with the most rules in terms of safety. And it's for scenarios like these. It could have ended up any other way, or any other way, I should say. It could have been the goalkeeper down on the ground for now. Although now the assistant referee is chatting with the lead referee for now, as perhaps they discuss the matter of contact, whether the goalkeeper touched the ball first or the player first. If it were the latter, of course, it would be a penalty, although I doubt that's the case. To me, I see it as solid goalkeeping, just doing his job. And I believe upon replay as well, you could see the elevated knee, single knee, as most goalkeepers are taught in order to protect themselves. As now the referee deems it appropriate for Rusinov to return to this match, as we are now within the final 5 minutes of regulation time in this first half. And I could only imagine we'll have at least, or around, I should say, 5 minutes of stoppage time here, as Beachside wastes little to no time from the free kick itself. Easy interception for Aristotle Zazulin, who beat his marker a long while ago upon the interception. As that's a dangerous pass as well. Aiden Bandasosa nearly capitalizing. Lobbed forward, Aristotle Zazulin once more in charge of transitioning from defense to offense here. Beachside still looking for an offensive response. In terms of ball handling, especially within the middle third, they've had little to no trouble. It really comes in terms of testing Borisevic, as he's collected a lot of through passes inside his own penalty area, but he has yet to register a save here. As FAU New York resets from the gloves of Borisevic. Roman Bobic playing it toward Claudino. Claudino. Upon the right-hand side, Aristotle Zazulin turning himself into a left winger, filling in the role from Jalailov. Or I should say Norbu, as Norbu has Aristotle to help him out. Physical defending, I see no foul. The referee, likewise, in accordance. Ball going out of play, throw-in for FAU New York. Back-to-back throw-ins here for FAU New York at the feet of Roman Bobic, who makes sure not to give it away with that strong touch. Peter Mikunda. Mikunda lobbing this one toward the right-hand side, hoping that Abdusami Saidaliev could have outstretched that right leg. And unfortunately for Mikunda, that's not the case. As he looks for options, eventually launches it toward the head of Aiden Bandasosa. Ball once more going out of play. And Peter Mikunda, solid blocking, solid defending. Likewise followed up by a first-class pass. Aiden Bandasosa, unable to get to that ball first, doing everything he can to keep the ball alive, to keep it to himself. But it's going to be hard to beat that fullback, especially when he had all the momentum and merely had to shield the ball away. Goal kick for the away side here. As FAU New York once more resets here. So according to MLS Next, FAU New York is returning from a 1-0 loss versus Cedar Stars Academy. Before that, they had a scoreless draw versus New York City FC. And of course the FAU New York home in Brooklyn, New York. This being its de facto second home, of course. As a matter of fact, the U15's last win here, according to MLS Next Online, last occurred in March. And this is, of course, according to the league standings. This is not MLS Next Flex standings. On March 22nd, FAU New York was able to best FC Westchester 3-0 upon its new Utrecht field. The following match day, it resulted in a 1-1 draw versus Rochester, New York, as there's a dangerous collision at the end. That should be a free kick. It is a free kick. That was a risky crash from Peter Mikunda. Very, very late. And luckily for him, it doesn't result in a booking. Lost the aerial duel fair and square and got none of the ball, but all of the player instead. Resuming with the FAU New York schedule, following that 3-0 win versus FC Westchester, it had a 1-1 home tie versus Rochester, New York FC. Afterward, once more, its third consecutive home match in that stretch, and had another scoreless stalemate, this one versus New York City FC, again 0-0. And most recently, on April 26th, it visited Cedar Stars, Cedar Stars Academy in Hudson Valley, according to MLS Next, in which the home side, Cedar Stars, won 1-0. Here, Beachside is looking for the initial advantage. A free kick from, give or take, 22 yards away from goal, as Red Borisevic assembles a four-man wall. Four-man wall. We are already in stoppage time in the first half. This one going under the wall, Borisevic, with his first official save in this half. Not a bad idea. Pretty gutsy from the set-piece taker. Unfortunately for him, however, it was directed a little too centrally. Borisevic hardly had to shuffle. All he had to make sure was that it didn't go between his legs, which you'd be surprised does happen even at the professional level itself. Beachside with already one official shot on target, and perhaps make that two, although I'd count that as an intercepted cross, as the referee has blown the whistle for halftime, where the scoreline for now is in fact scoreless between FAU New York and Beachside of Connecticut SC. That being said, though, do stay tuned for some halftime analysis alongside the plays of the week and, of course, the goal of the month nominees for April. You have been watching U15 MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Zero gets half a yard, catches it beautifully, and opens the scoring with a rip-roaring strike. It's signature Junior Rosero. Espinoza gets around, and he puts it in! And it's 3-2. Richmond regain the lead. Trouble for Real Central. Shot from distance, looking to beat the keeper. And how about that for a finish to start this game? From about 35 yards out, AC Childry stunned John Bowen in net.
Good touch. There's space on the left wing, carrying into the box, taking on one man, taking on a second,
looking for a shot, and a beautiful goal. What a strike. East Coast are right back into this one. It's 2-1.
Neto leaves it. Oliveira, 2-1, perfectly placed. Good enough pace to beat Valencia, but also the placement as well. Just inside the far post. And Oliveira.
Willie goes long, trying to find Reynoso. Reynoso gets a touch over the keeper. Reynoso, open goal. And he finishes to make it 2-0. A beautiful touch by David Reynoso over the keeper. And he slots it home.
Mohu. Tug at the shirt. He's had a hit. What a strike! From Mohu, top left corner. Smith lets it run. Now gonna bring it forward. Smith gets through 2. Smith into the middle. He scores! Quentin Smith puts it in at the far post. And Brooklyn have doubled their lead. Fascioli in a little more space. And he's looking for Richmond. He's played a nice ball over the top. He's gotten it under control. A little clip over the top. What a goal from the Philadelphia skipper.
They're back to
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The Salt Air Case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game & Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
Now this could spell trouble for Real Central. Up from distance, looking to beat the keeper. And how about that for a finish to start this game?
Great feet. It's set up to Kugler on the top of the box, whose effort! An immaculate save by Nivkovic. Unbelievable reach.
Looks like a cross is getting set to be put into the box by Aarons, who takes a shot instead, and he scores!
That was a good switch of play. CPR could be in. They are! It's the equalizer!
Buchel out in front, no one around him. Into the 18, his shot is deflected away. Pass there. Advantage called. Yusufi, that time he scores! Ba, for his first time with a sighted goal, gets past two, takes a shot, and Nish does so well to meet the shot, tipping the ball over the bar.
Here is the set piece, however, by Jordan Trott. Wicked. And it's in! Alex Theodorescu.
Blocks that cross from Puig. Sharifi now fires! Another save by Kazun!
The ball is back into play.
Beautiful work, Winder, with the nutmeg.
Mateo. Mark. Mateo. Still Mateo. Oh, wonderful finish!
This kick. Into the box! Oh, what a save!
Goalkeeper a long way off his line, LaFlash. His pass is loose, however, he's a long way off his goal. The goal is gaping and the goal is bypassed.
Botti. There's a shot and Kazun beats it away again.
Is Gomez. Over to Charles. Back to Charles. Charles one-on-one with the keeper. Takes on Cisse. Now to find the finish is always needed. And he finds him back to the net.
And it'll be Naeem who takes a shot, pushed aside. Here's Yingling. Yingling. Yingling shot, and it's in! Tucks it right inside the post!
As the halftime break is about to end here in this part of New York City, in Staten Island, where the scoreline once again is scoreless here for FAO New York in a home match. As prior mentioned, FAO New York is looking for its first win since March 22nd versus FC Westchester in terms of MLS Next league standings, as it will be the local side to restart this match from the halfway line itself. We also have to think about the keys to the game for these two teams. And of course, not only is the scoreline similar, not only is their positioning similar in terms of standings, but the same could be said for the keys to the game, as Aristotle Zazulin receives the lob from Borisevic. Some substitutions as well at halftime. Ramo Cekic entering the game, booted forward along that right-hand side as Movsumov was trying to force the defender into an error. Luckily for him, the left wing dropping back and recovering the loose ball momentarily. Still, here comes FAO New York, the initial shot blocked. Some courageous defending there, taking a shot at point-blank range. So FAO New York has 5 shots on target. In other words, it required 5 interventions from the Beachside netminder. And the Brooklynites as well have attempted 6 total shots in the first half, getting themselves as well, if I recall correctly, 5 corner kicks, compared to the relatively or comparatively measly amount for Beachside. So again, 83.33% of FAO's shots today have gone on target, as Aristotle Zazulin forced into a split to try to tackle it away, unable to do so. Beck likewise unable to intercept, and Borisevic collects the loose ball inside the penalty area. For FAO New York, its key to the game will consist of keeping the opponent on its back foot, specifically with offensive drives. Defensively, FAO New York hasn't been too busy. Offensively, however, The only thing that's missing is, frankly, the goal itself, constantly forcing the opponent once more onto its back foot. So more drives forward, more aggression will be the name of the game here for FA New York. And the same could almost be said for Beachside Soccer Club, that was able to register its first shot on target from an under-the-wall free kick that was driven down the middle more or less toward the gloves of Borisevic. Beachside still defending, one flick over. The referee saying no foul for now, as this one's booted forward. Quick transition as Mikunda allows Borisevic to get onto the ball, shove in the back. Foul, says the referee and assistant referee. Meanwhile, for Beachside Soccer Club, not only must it be more aggressive, but it must play faster when approaching the final third. It's giving FA New York a little too much time to recover, at least defensively. However, let's note that the one shot on target, in which came from a free kick, was a result or consequence of Peter Mikunda coming late to the party because he himself was on his own back foot, thus losing the aerial duel. So again, both teams must play more aggressively from the offensive standpoint. That being said, however, FA New York must maintain its rhythm. Meanwhile, Beachside Soccer Club must find and establish its rhythm with more pace. And speaking of which, it appears that that's being shown at this moment as Beachside Soccer Club wins the first corner kick in this half. And in fact, its first corner kick in a long while. This one served toward that back post, bouncing off ahead, not too far away from the target. Solid delivery, respectable header. Once again, not too far away. And so far, Beachside Soccer Club has been winning those crucial aerial duels. Could be another element to the game that we didn't consider earlier, but we'll see as the game progresses. Rusanov has his pocket picked. Solid defending from Beachside Soccer Club. Results in a giveaway, however, as Jalailov has help as well. Still with FA New York. Back to Borisevic, who hasn't had too much ball time, which normally is a good thing for a goalkeeper, as Aristotle Zazulin, left-footed control, left-footed push. Right-footed pass as well, trying to drive it down the middle. Steadfast positioning from the center back, who has been responsible for so many key stops in this match so far, specifically against Rusanov. Those two have been at it every time, in the best way possible, of course. Beck. Georgie Beck. Outmaneuvering his opponent, outmaneuvering two opponents. A very simple croqueta touch is all that's required, as Cekic, unable to connect with the nearby midfielder. Giveaway here, Beachside Soccer Club looking for the initial advantage. Borisevic! One-handed save, knuckling down with a lot of pace. And the referee ready to issue some discipline here. An extra piece of contact on that FA Euro defender results in a Beachside yellow card, or perhaps not. For a moment, the referee was entering his pocket. One would presume so, but no booking for now. The referee may be showing some last-second mercy. As Peter Mikunda was a player brought down, Borisevic with an uneasy save. From a goalkeeping perspective, those knuckleballs, of course, are some of the hardest to read, let alone block when you're on your own goal line. Borisevic, however, did it with one hand as it was swerving downward. Bobby dispossessed. Aristotle Zazulin, risky sliding tackle from behind. The referee was ready to blow the whistle, instead instills advantage, I should say. Jalailov. Cekic, unable to intercept it. Crossed upon his first touch. Still inside the 18-yard box as FA New York slowly dribbles away from it. Cekic with some dangerous maneuvers just outside his own 18-yard box. One mistake could have been lethal, could have resulted, in fact, in either a goal-scoring chance or worse, a penalty. Zazulin. Zazulin lobs this one toward Rusinov. Rusinov using his right thigh to control. Shove from the back. Very clear foul from Beck. So Georgi of FAO New York gives his opposition a free kick opportunity here. No wall assembled for now as this one is crossed toward the edge of the penalty area. Was never going to scare FAO New York. Need a little more airtime. Beachside recovering it once more. Going for a chipped shot. Maybe lob as well. Just barely missing the mark. That should have been 1-0. It could have been 1-0. FAO New York evading the concession of the first goal here by mere inches. We're seeing a fiery revival here of Beachside from the offensive standpoint, which is a far cry from the first half. It's what you like to see from the developmental soccer perspective. It's a good response and also a sign of good coaching from Beachside as Aristotle Zazulin results in a giveaway. Bobik to Cekic. Ramo using the outside part of his right foot. Movsumov. Oh, Movsumov was unable to dodge the first tackle, let alone the second. Beachside. Along the left-hand side it goes. Peter Mikunda playing out wide as well. Mikunda! So many one-on-ones he wins. Especially in this calendar year, let alone this match. As FAO New York. Cekic with a bit of class and a bit of pizzazz. Beachside Soccer Club looking to respond. The Connecticut visitors with a lot of space on that right-hand side. Early cross, blocked away by Mikunda, second chance, and counters a header. Meant to drive the space forward. Roulettes and gives it away toward Roman Bobik. Not a bad idea from the striker. Andy Rusinov. He and that same defender have been at it all day. Rusinov wins back the ball but commits the sin. Free kick for Beachside of Connecticut. Rusinov with maybe the easiest interception of the match. Bobik is able to dribble away from one challenge. His roam cut short. And a sliding challenge from Beachside. Stalls the opposition. FAO New York with Movsumov. Commits the foul. Good off-the-ball defending, in fact, from Beachside SC. As 50 minutes have gone by, a half hour remains, and it's still scoreless here. Two shots, or I should say 3 shots actually attempted in this half by Beachside SC compared to just 1 in the first half. And so far, it did require 1 good Borisevic save. As Rusinov chasing down that loose ball alongside the goalkeeper. It's the latter that emerges victorious. Sprinting just in time. Rolls it toward the nearest center back. And from coast to coast it goes in less than a span of 10 seconds. Both goalkeepers using their gloves as Borisevic plays it toward Mikunda, who has Georgi to his left-hand side. Instead, played down the middle, now toward that right-hand side. Speed, the name of the game, as Movsumov gets to the ball first. And the heroic tackle at the very end prohibits any goal-scoring chance directly from the opportunity. It does result, however, in the first corner kick of this second half for FAO New York. I believe the 6th of the match as a whole. Bobik toward that far post, delivered toward Cekic on the first post. Georgi as well was positioned positioned correctly. That ball just bouncing away from him. Second chance here for Mikunda and co. Given away. Too ambitious. He's onside. Georgi has to use his speed or physicality. Borisevic, it's Georgi! Heroic tackle. From behind as well. And it looked like a very clear breakaway. Georgi with an outstanding defensive sequence. Losing the marker at first but recovering is amongst the hardest things that a center back can do. As the striker for Beachside, currently down on the ground, although he picks himself right back up. Wasn't anticipating that crunching tackle from Georgi. And Borisevic was ready for the one-on-one as well. Beachside trying to take away the ball, not too far away from the opposition's third, as Bobik lobs this one toward Rusinov, who loses the aerial duel but wins the throw-in. Currently 78 degrees Fahrenheit here in Staten Island, New York. 78 degrees with winds of 10 miles per hour, gusts of up to 20. Currently blowing against Red Borisevic. And again, it does feel a little bit humid. Nothing horrible right now. And of course, as you could see here, some clear blue skies for now with some visible clouds, not too much. And for now, let's hope it stays that way as FA Euro New York has a free kick from give or take 42 yards away from goal. And Peter Mikunda stands over it alongside Claudino. So set piece opportunity here as he faces a two-man wall. Now one-man wall. Delivers it with the right foot. And it was Rusinov who was ready for the volley. Doesn't bounce his way. That should be a foul against Peter Mikunda. The referee issuing advantage. Peter Mikunda may be booked here at the end of this sequence, as there's a chance here. As Azulin, Borisevic collecting the loose ball, diving at the feet of the forward. As he rolls it forward. And it looks like Peter Mikunda is going to get a warning from the referee for sure. The next stoppage in this action, of course, will result in a Peter Mikunda booking, I can only imagine. It was what some would call a tactical foul giveaway here maybe, as Borisevic got to the ball, but unfortunately for Beachside, he would have been offside anyway. As the referee slowly makes his way toward Peter Mikunda. As Mikunda ominously awaits what could be a booking, the referee for now ensuring in fact that the Beachside player is all right in the first place. No booking. Georgi toward Aristotle. Aristotle to Cekic. Physical duel. Cekic. That could have been a loose ball that Cekic could have recovered. Rusinov instead with the drive. Rusinov with the cross. Rusinov looking for the assist. Movsumov into the hands of the goalkeeper. With a technique akin to those of handball, European handball, the goalkeeper with the save. Not an easy save for a goalkeeper, just bouncing in the way. And it's a save that will make Peter Schmeichel, the legendary goalkeeper from Denmark, quite proud. Who, of course, himself also played European handball. Merely bouncing in front of the ball, in front of the shot itself. Movsumov with a shot on target. Although he was hoping for the opening goal here. as Andy Rusanov was also hoping for an assist. FAO New York must continue putting its foot on that gas pedal. Zazulin got the final touch as well. FAO New York, Jalailov, Cekic, not using his physicality for now, which is quite a surprise. On this field, he does have an advantage of stature, though he hasn't really been applying it in comparison to other players, especially when you look at Andy Rusanov, who I don't believe is as tall as Cekic, but has still done well to muscle his way forward. Movsumov, I should say. Claudino, unable to keep the ball alive. Lob forward, Beachside. Beachside still crossed inside the 18-yard box. Loose ball, still in the penalty area for FAO New York to clear. Clearance blocked, Peter Mikunda to recover with the header as well. Another chance denied by FAO New York. Inside the penalty area once more, and it's Mikunda again with the final touch. Another corner kick here for Beachside SC. A tale of two halves, clearly. FAO New York dominating the first. For now, Beachside SC marking its territory in the second. Another corner kick here for the team in blue and black. Making the trip from Connecticut. Serving toward the near post, bouncing off an FAO New York head. Dangerous moment as Cekic clears it forward with the outside part of his right foot, and the Beachside player goes for the safest option, clearing it toward the nearest boundary. A duo of substitutions as well awaits FAO New York. And in the meanwhile, I'd like to remind you that this broadcast wouldn't be possible without Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code to get 10% off the Air Case, the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Again, the QR code to get 10% off is on your screen, so keep it fresh. Good 1-2s there. Was threatening that right-hand side, but that gave Bobik enough time to tussle for the ball. A good 50-50 between those two. Aristotle Zazulin readjusting his positioning. Another ball that Peter Mikunda can tackle away. Mikunda keeping it alive with his right foot, clearing it forward, a dangerous clearance with hardly any airtime. Borisevic may be needed here. Borisevic inside his own penalty area. The first touch from the Beachside player, from the midfielder, in fact, a little too strong. In fact, one would argue that those could be the scenarios in which you have to hit it one time. In other words, hitting it upon your first touch. Unfortunately for Beachside, it's still 0-0. Played forward, aerial duel won by Beachside, as that Beachside player might have landed awkwardly on his foot. And he's been holding that same foot since he landed, winning the aerial duel, but now the athletic staff is being asked to approach that young defender. And Beachside SC has recently dominated the aerial game here, winning, I would say, close to 3/4. As the referee issues a water break in the meanwhile, as the training staff checks out the right leg of that young player, and hopefully he's fit to continue. And we hope, let alone that it's nothing too serious as well. When you land like that, it can be an uncomfortable pain and can range from anything temporary to maybe even season ending. And hopefully the latter is not the case whatsoever. In the meanwhile, the U14 and U13 rosters of these two sides have their respective encounters later today at 12:30 p.m. and 2:20 p.m. Tonight at 8 p.m. in the United Premier Soccer League Premier Division, top three side New York Empire FC looks for all 3 points from East Coast FC. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., American Soccer Club New York makes its National Premier Soccer League debut versus Osners FC. At 8 p.m. this Sunday, Richmond County FC looks for an upset victory against the mighty New York Penn Freedoms in the Metropolitan Conference of the American Premier Soccer League. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. As the player is back up on his own 2 feet and he's able to walk on his own power, so that is a good sign. If it were something more devastating, he wouldn't be able to do that. So let's hope he's fit to continue. And that's a true warrior right there. Likewise, as we await the resuming, I suppose, of this game, at halftime you had also watched, I should say, the latest Goal of the Month candidates, and you could also check those out again on Instagram at Game in Frame. And once you've got yourself a favorite, make sure to let us know in the comment section which goal scorer should take home the Goal of the Month and Air Case by Salt Athletic prizes before tomorrow at 11:59 p.m. Again, let us know which goal deserves that Goal of the Month title before tomorrow, 11:59 p.m. Georgi, already with one heroic tackle today, able to impede once more his opponent. The referee issuing a throw in here for Beachside. That same midfielder was hoping for a foul. Maybe he saw the elevation of Georgi's cleats. Oh, that could be a foul. Wrapping his arms around him, especially his shoulders and neck. That could be a booking, and it should be. It's the first in this match. That's just a loss of composure at the very end. It resulted in a giveaway for FAO New York. But had he read the situation more thoroughly, he would have noticed that there was no white jersey nearby. It happens to even the best of players. Not a tactical foul in this circumstance. So again, the first booking in this match, and it's against Beachside. Zazulin on free kick duty, trying to surprise the goalkeeper, who was able to basket catch that service. Not officially a shot on target. Of course, do make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram at Game in Frame for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. As FAO New York takes the throw-in, still a scoreless game somehow. Both teams with marvelous opportunities to break the deadlock, and yet it's remained this way. FAO New York is looking for its first win. I should say, looking for its first win to snap a 3-game winless streak. 2 ties and 1 loss in that span. Ties versus Rochester, New York FC, New York City FC, and the loss to Cedar Stars Academy, as a shove in the back results in a Beachside free kick. As Beachside listens to the orders of the goalkeeper to shift toward that left-hand side. The goalkeeper doing his job. Good delivery as well toward that left wing, Claudino. Forced to put that ball back up into the air. No high kicking infraction according to the referee. Cekic receiving the pass. Cekic. He's onside as he evades one tackle. Davin was trying to feed the lead striker, but instead the goalkeeper once more with some proactive defending in his own right. Beachside SC has won its last 2 MLS Next League games. It beat Rochester, New York FC 4-0 in its own Connecticut home, and followed up that performance with another home win, a 5-0 one versus FC Westchester. As the assistant referee raises the flag for offside, this also gives us time for some personnel changes. And to be quite honest, A 2-game winning streak is quite a solid response in terms of the league standings. Before that 2-game winning streak, Beachside found itself on the winless end for quite a while. In fact, prior to those 2 wins, it suffered a 3-2 loss at Metropolitan Oval Academy, lost 4-2 at home versus Toronto FC, and likewise had a 3-3 draw versus New York Soccer Club. And in its first league match, I should say, of 2025, it lost 3-0 to Cedar Stars Academy. So in other words, it went winless, the club from Connecticut, in its first 4 games of 2025 in MLS Next league standings. However, it's currently relishing a 2-game winning streak. 2 games that saw 9 goals scored combined and 0 goals conceded, which is not bad at all. Still alive, Davin, the target, as Rusanov, of course, went toward the bench. Which now brings into question the tactics, given that Rusanov was playing as the aggressive vanguard for FA Euro New York. We'll see if Davin and co can repeat that same feat as Cekic once more with his signature back roll. A one-on-one duel. Early cross. Claudino clearing it away, though not with the contact that he had wanted. It does the job. Throw-in for Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. That's crossing its fingers right now for a 3rd consecutive win. Still inside the 18-yard box. Davin clearing it away for now. Not out of the woods yet. Although FA Euro New York can build up a counterattack, a touch that's too strong. Well read by Beachside. And for now, all the inertia has gone in favor of the visiting team. As he takes his time, listening to the orders of the goalkeeper, telling his teammates to switch the play, in fact. Giveaway toward Cekic. Cekic, ball poked away from him. Throw in for FA Euro New York. Final 10 minutes of regulation time here. And surely a goal within this span will be a game decider. FA Euro New York has a penchant for making games extraordinarily close recently. It does allow for some entertaining matches, though there's no doubt that the Brooklynites are hoping for a positive result in the form of 3 points. Shot, Borisevic! Swatting it away just in time, just enough bounce. Borisevic with another great save. And Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club, again, dictating the rhythm of this game. Again, a great bounce back from the first half in comparison. Corner kick toward the first post. Borisevic! Oh, that was very close from slipping past his hands. Good reflexes from the goalkeeper in all black. Well, assuming this match ends in a scoreless stalemate, you certainly can't say that both goalkeepers have earned their clean sheet, respectively. I believe 6 or 7 saves have been registered by Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. Meanwhile, Borisevic was required for 2 or 3, including that knuckleball that required a one-handed intervention.
Now batting the second baseman, number 2.
Meanwhile, arguably the best save of Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club was that handball-like save, as Cekic is brought down, late tackle, clipping the opponent as well. And that's another booking. The second booking in this match, the second booking against Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. As a result of a dangerous piece of play, Cekic still holding on to his right ankle. And again, I believe in MLS itself, in the professional league, if a player is down for 10 to 20 seconds, if I recall correctly, the referee may issue a 2-minute, not necessarily ban, we're putting that in quotation marks, simply because the player will be required for 2 minutes to leave the field of play to receive the appropriate medical attention. And it's a good tactic, in my opinion, by MLS to burn down on some time wasting.
Now batting the center fielder, number 14, Courage Palomini.
Beachside. Aristotle Zazulin outstretching that right foot. Lovely ball, pushing it forward. But it's a touch that favors at the end FA Euro New York. Steering it away as Giovanni Spiotta. Another chance here for Beachside. Quick passes, quick action inside the 18-yard box. Mikunda merely keeping the opponent off the ball. Goal kick for Borisevic. Just a little over 6 minutes left here. That is according to regulation time. That's not accounting stoppage time, of course. Roughly 6 minutes and 20 seconds, in fact, as FA Euro New York attacks along that right-hand side. A good tackle by Beachside, getting only the ball and even forcing the touch off of the FA Euro New York player. Evades two defenders at the same time, backtracking toward the fullback on the right-hand side. Beachside lost control for a moment, but I think that has less to do with technique and more to do with the turf, as Davin thinks about the shot. Wide of the mark, but not the wrong idea. Again, good instincts from the FA Euro New York number 8. Was just missing that killer blow. Cekic chasing his marker as Mikunda. Peter Mikunda evades one, keeps the ball alive, right-footed lob. Cekic unable to control. Davin unable to get in that successful tackle. The referee listening to the assistant referee immediately. No more than half a body offside. A tough but correct call. Final 5 minutes here in regulation time. And the referee in the first half did not institute any sort of stoppage time. I think it was just a minute or two at most. So there's a good chance we'll see the same here. Although we haven't seen too many stops now I think about it in the first place. Only for that water break in reality. I can only imagine, for now, given that context, a minute or two of stoppage time. As there's a foul against FA Euro New York. Free kick for Beachside. As the goalkeeper of Beachside wastes no time to recover that ball. Keeping it out of play as there's an equipment change here. The referee not liking the fact that the free kick was taken a little too quickly according to his liking. We are now within the final 4 minutes, now that we've approached the 76th minute. And just like the action itself, the day itself is heating up. Currently 80 degrees Fahrenheit according to the weather reports in Staten Island. Foul against FA Euro New York. And you have to be almost out of your mind to attempt a shot from this sort of range. You need to have an absolute cannon of a leg. Practically Cristiano Ronaldo-esque back in his Manchester United days, where he would score from 40 yards out. As there's no wall assembled to combat it. ultimately headed away. Borisevic can use his gloves, and he does. And assuming this remains a stalemate, it would be a hard-fought tie for both of them. But something tells me that FAO New York would not see this as a moral victory. FAO New York is fighting for all 3 points. First yellow card against FAO New York, and it's likely for the elevated cleat, resulting in a stomping-like motion. 3 yellow cards in this match, the first against FAO New York. We are within the final 2.5 minutes. In other words, final 150 seconds. As Beachside wastes no time with this throw-in. Using his left foot to control, right foot to pass, unable to complete the ladder movement. As Alejandro Ferrer opts not to take the throw-in. Beachside. Cekic. Trying to lob it forward. Ball is still live here, of course. Played centrally. The assistant referee assuring that the player is in fact onside. Initial opportunity blocked. Second one blocked as well. Throw in for FAO New York. Final 90 seconds. And we'll see what the referee will say about stoppage itself. Headed laterally. Beachside. Not enough blue jerseys on that left-hand side to truly generate a counterattack. The same cannot be said here for FAO New York, who with an early unable to get his cleat in the way. It results in a giveaway. That could have been a dangerous opportunity for FAO New York. Final minute here of play. That's without additional time. Cekic. Movsumov. Letting the ball go by. Opting for zonal marking. Georgi maybe kept busy here. Beachside looking for a goal-scoring chance. He's onside. Borisevic not required for a save. Instead, he has Claudino and Mikunda to help him out. That could have been a lethal chance, a lethal error perhaps, for FAO New York to grant that Beachside player so much space. Borisevic with a sigh of relief. For now with a clean sheet. Movsumov poking it forward, sweeper keeping, not required as it enters his 18-yard box. Final 10 seconds here of regulation time. As we have now officially approached stoppage time, where we'd likely see a minute or two. Continuous action here in Staten Island. Scoreless but entertaining. And again, a tale of two halves. Almost like the Copa del Rey final between FC Barcelona and Real Madrid not too long ago. Barcelona controlling the first half. Real Madrid responding really well in the second half of regulation time. Of course, that game was determined in extra time, in which Barcelona won 3-2. Beachside, free kick, served toward the back post. Borisevic on his goal line. Another save for the goalkeeper in black. Taking his time, waiting for the white jerseys to regroup, to move farther up in the field. Borisevic burning some extra seconds before dropping it at his own 2 feet. Taking a handful of yards as well, lobbing it toward Ferrer. Just over the head of Movsumov. Mikunda, back to Borisevic. So far, close to 90 seconds of stoppage time have been played. Georgi dispossessed, sandwiched in between two. The referee sees it as a foul. Oh, now that is a tough call. Technically, the ball was touched first, but it was a follow-up motion again of being sandwiched. And there is a yellow card against Beachside. Most likely against Beachside, as Georgi is still down on the ground. Again, it was a tripping motion from behind, as a result of a sandwich.
G. 1 against 1. G, open.
2 minutes of stoppage time have been played. Aristotle Zazulin. Zazulin, that's a lovely ball, somehow makes its way toward Jason Movsumov, receiving the pass from Ferrer, and that's a moment that Movsumov would like back. Ferrer with the right decision, with a good piece of control. Movsumov letting it trickle by, and at the very end, after 80 minutes of MLS Next U15 action, it's Beachside of Connecticut SC 0, FA Euro New York 0. The first half controlled mostly by FA Euro New York. However, in the second half, it was the visiting team from Connecticut that was able to turn the tables. But at the end, these two teams, as indicated by their standings in MLS Next League and MLS Next Flex, are hardly, or I should say, are practically inseparable. Hardly any difference between these two sides, and it's a hard-fought tie for both of them. However, as mentioned earlier, something tells me that for FA Euro New York, this was not the desired result, as its winless streak now extends, 3 of which have now resulted in ties. Again, that includes a draw versus Rochester New York FC, a tie versus New York City FC, a loss to Cedar Stars Academy, and now right here in Staten Island, New York, a scoreless 0-0 tie versus Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. So again, the full-time whistle has been blown, and the score, of course, at the end is 0-0 between Beachside SC and FA Euro. However, stay tuned for the second part, as well as third part, in this MLS Next triple header, as you are watching MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Unbelievable! Incredible! Unbelievable!
Save! And fuck our champions!
Good on Pepe! Goal! It doesn't get any better than that.
Since that substantial 9-1 win versus Rochester, New York, FA Euro New York has been itching to repeat that dominant display, but has found itself on the losing end twice of tactically tight matches against top 7 clubs in the Northeast Division, according to the quality of play rankings. Now, Beachside SC, opposite to its opponent today, recovered its footing after a shocking 3-1 loss to Metropolitan Oval Academy and is relishing a 2-game winning streak that has seen a combined 12-goal output. In other words, they have averaged 6 goals a game since 2 match days ago. Behind the camera is Nicholas Marshall. I am Sean Cabrera, and this is MLS Next on Game in Frame. And speaking, of course, on Game in Frame, do make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram at Game in Frame for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. Beachside SC will be sporting blue tops, blue socks, and black shorts, and the Connecticut goalkeeper will be wearing a Volt, or not even Volt green in reality, just a neon green outfit. Meanwhile, for FA Euro New York, it will wear its signature all-white look accompanied by black and gray details, and the goalkeeper for FA Euro New York will be wearing an aqua blue uniform. And this broadcast as well has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Aircase, the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game in Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. For FA Euro New York, we'll see the likes of Sean Eppelbaum in goal. This is the starting 11, of course. Sean Eppelbaum in goal. Meg Gralick will be the starting left back. The duo of center backs will consist of Matteo Convertini alongside, Matteo Convertini, as well as Matthew Shapoval. On the right-hand side, we'll find Liam Dobson. 2 midfielders will play right in front of that back line of 4, Henry Madsen and Ilnurbek Hakimov. They'll also accompany a trio of midfielders right on top of it. Playing centrally will be Saba Anchabadze. Toward the left-hand side as a winger, we'll find Jeremy Frias. And on the right-hand side, we'll find the likes of Mark Eisenberg. And lastly, the striker up top will be Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. And that has been your starting 11. Meanwhile, on the bench, we'll find the likes of Maddox Mandrescu. Dima Sinenki and Rafa de la Rosa are injured for now, but they are supporting their team in spirit and or on the bench. Siler Wilson as well, present, but not starting for now. Jacob Mancia Ortiz as well on the bench, alongside Kai Fleming, Luka Nicoli, and Alex Rakowski. As it will be FA Euro New York that commences with the ball first, the quality of play rankings as well has placed Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club adjacent to the Northeast Division's peak, undeniably thanks to its rock-solid rear guard that is one of the best defensive scores in MLS Next. It is now the responsibility of FA Euro New York to test that defensive output. Again, you are watching U14 MLS Next on Game in Frame. Again, I must emphasize that although mid-table FA Euro New York is not too far behind, this club's scoreless tie in Connecticut versus Beachside earlier this season does speak remarkable volumes with all the provided context, given that Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club, again, is deemed by MLS Next as one of the best defensive squads as a whole. Not to mention that the quality of play rankings has the Connecticut visitor as second best in the Northeast Division. Again, FA Euro New York now at home encounters once more Beachside SC as they make their way inside the penalty area, given away. Easy interception for Jeremy Frias that results in an FA Euro New York free kick. No early shock here for now. And although the defense has been the strongest side in terms of stats for Beachside SC, one cannot deny that 12-goal output that we mentioned earlier. 2 match days ago, it ended 5-0. Its most recent outing ended 7-0. So 2 one-sided performances from today's visitors. So again, I would consider this more as a test for the, I should say, offensive drive of FA Euro New York. Ball goes out of play once more for another FA Euro New York throw-in. Here on this sunny Saturday, now afternoon. Currently 80 degrees Fahrenheit with winds of 11 miles per hour, gusts of up to 22 miles per hour, all of which blowing against Sean Eppelbaum, the goalkeeper of FA Euro New York, and his goal. As Eisenberg has his pocket picked momentarily, recovered by Ilnurbek Hakimov. Play toward that right-hand side, Dobson. Unable to connect with his winger, Mark Eisenberg. Eisenberg nearly sandwiched in between two blue jerseys. A humid day here in New York City. You could practically smell, if not taste, the heat coming off the turf. It's one of those days alongside the pollen. Practically a pure summer soccer day at its finest. As the weather reports, well, I should say the weather reports were saying that there was supposed to be precipitation at this time, yet no clouds have been ominous enough to really loom over Staten Island. Mostly sunny conditions, partly cloudy again. But again, if you're not wearing sunblock, you are running a risk here. Again, extraordinarily warm. But it is about time as Beachside SC, likewise, tries to heat up the engine offensively inside the penalty area. Shapoval clears it away for now. Toward the nearest boundary, Beachside SC once more with a throw-in. Beachside looking for options. Jeremy Frias has McGralick to help him out. Frias and McGralick work in tandem, ultimately conceding the corner kick, but not allowing any sort of driven chance inside the penalty area. And in under 5 minutes, we have our first corner kick of this game, belonging to Beachside SC, that has likewise controlled possession in this first half at this moment, which is a far cry from its U15 counterpart, as the set piece taker readjusts the ball. Both arms raised above his head, serving with the left foot toward that far post, bouncing off ahead of an FA Euro New York defender, going back to the original server. Once more left-footed cross, this one not too high, still inside the 18-yard box, eventually prodded away, though not fully. Eisenberg requires some help from Ilnurbek Hakimov. Ilnurbek, after a sequence that resembled ice hockey when they're fighting for the puck, it's Beachside SC that emerges victorious with the ball at its feet. McGralick looking to defend, crossed. Ilnurbek Hakimov blocking as well. Another chance, Beachside, far post shot, not too far away. Mere inches. That was a fantastic strike. Only missing that far post by an inch. Any closer, it certainly would have nicked the exterior of the woodwork. As Shapoval, hoping to connect with Saban Chabadze, unable to do so as Shapoval backtracks. Shapoval now playing out wide, although listed as a center back today. Beachside, lateral play between defenders, evades Jeremy Frias. McGralick unable to get his cleat to it, and Sean Eppelbaum will have a goal kick. Eppelbaum playing a dangerous game there. Short goal kick, followed up by a short pass. 3 short passes in a row. Ilnurbek Hakimov intercepted. Beachside SC. As he gets away from the first challenge, McGralick intercepts the pass. Gralick dribbling inside his own penalty area. Evading it for a little bit. Counterattack could be on here as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov wins the wrestling bout. Oh no, I don't think that was the right call. Both players were going at it 50-50. It just so happened that Sasha Demidov-Menshikov won it. Perhaps the referee saw an entanglement of feet, but if anything, it would have been a foul in favor of Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. A tough call for the FA Euro New York number 9 as Beachside restarts. And that could have been the moment that FAU New York has been looking for within these initial 7 minutes. For now, it's Beachside in the driver's seat. Henry Matson. Matson towards Shapoval. Shapoval back up into the air, trying to feed his number 9 once more. Sasha. As Mark Eisenberg, likewise, has a defensive contribution, as he's aided by Sasha Demidov-Menshikov alongside Mark Eisenberg. Saba Anchebadze playing once more out wide alongside Jeremy Frias, trying to cut down the nearest option. A switch play here could be lethal, though would be also ambitious, as I believe that's Meg Gralick who wins his defensive challenge. Beachside, once more, inside the penalty area, evades 2, goes down, referee says no penalty. Referee once more saying no foul. Maybe FAU New York getting away with 2 there. Well, one cannot say that these two teams have had calls that favor them at the very end, as FAU New York gets a free kick as a result of stamping, I believe. Again, these two teams have had calls so far in these opening 7+ minutes that have favored them. First with the foul called on Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, which would have otherwise been a breakaway surely for the number 9. And here now with a no call on a free kick, let alone a penalty kick possibly, against FAU New York. McGralick to Shapoval, dangerous pass. Saba nearly is sandwiched by 2. Saba once more defending whilst on the ground, not so bad from the number 11. As FAU New York has to defend this throw-in from the edge of its own third. The players in white. Meg Gralick intercepted that throw-in, though he ultimately knocks it out of bounds as well. For now, still scoreless within these opening minutes, though one cannot deny Beachside controlling the rhythm. FAU New York, not necessarily opening timidly, but still studying its opponent in the meanwhile, as Sean Eppelbaum recovers that loose ball. No shot on target for now for either side. However, the closest goal-scoring opportunity happened just moments ago, give or take 2-3 minutes ago. That required Sean Eppelbaum into a far post dive. It veered just barely off target. Again, even a centimeter closer and would have hit the post. That's how close we're talking here. And from a tight angle as well, crossbody shot essentially. So one shot officially attempted by Beachside SC. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov receiving the pass. Sasha breaking his way inside the penalty area. Sasha hitting the side netting at the very end. Good drive from the number 9. At least giving the goalkeeper a bit of a fright. So both teams have an official shot attempted, neither on target. As the winds have certainly built up here, gusts of up to 22 miles per hour being felt. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov half spins and ultimately gives it away unintentionally in a last-ditch effort to keep the ball at his possession. Saba unable to keep the ball in play for FAU New York. Meg Gralick and Jeremy Frias team up to once again take the ball away from Beachside SC. Saba Anchebadze dispossessed. Mark Eisenberg unable to get there. Dobson quick to snuff out any sort of build-up play from the backfield. And behind the camera is Nicholas Marshall. I am Sean Cabrera, and you are watching MLS Next on Game and Frame, as this is part 2 of the MLS Next triple header today between Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club and Football Association Euro Youth New York. as head coach Ben Marcoux voices his frustration with that call against FA Euro New York. A vocal coach that only wants to drive the most out of his players, as any good coach should. And he's willing to fight for them in terms of those calls. Saban Chibadze, controlled with the left, tried to push with the right, unable to do so. Dobson stalls just enough for his backline to recover. Met Gralick with a penultimate touch, now at the feet of Sean Eppelbaum. Dobson toward the left-hand side alongside Met Gralick. That's Convertini, in fact. Allow me to correct myself there. Convertini. As now the assistant referee indicates possession to go in favor of FA Euro New York. Throw in toward Convertini. Convertini putting this ball back up into the air over Jeremy Frias. Seba Anchebadze. Luckily for him, has Ilnurbek Hakimov. Ilnurbek stops in half roulettes. All the way back to Eppelbaum, who pushes it just outside his own 6-yard box. In fact, adjacent to the penalty spot itself. And once again, the 22-mile-per-hour gusts playing a factor here. Giveaway here for Beachside SC. Ilnurbek Hakimov back to Eppelbaum. Risky pass as Eppelbaum, I believe, might have received a stamp there.
Saba, you have to wake up.
And that's not good. Sean Eppelbaum was caught limping right now. And now the training staff is being asked to take a look at Sean Eppelbaum receiving a risky pass. I mean, in fact, not only was it risky, but it was also incredibly soft. It forced Eppelbaum into an awkward position as a goalkeeper. Yes, he got to the ball, which is what any good goalkeeper should do, and he does his job in that circumstance. But he shouldn't be forced into those situations in the first place by his own teammate. And as a result, now we're seeing him down on the ground as he even took off his gloves. As the training staff continues to check him out, the referee perhaps issuing an early water break as well. As Eppelbaum is helped up, back up onto his own 2 feet, albeit with a limp. And now the question of goalkeeping could become a theme here in this second game of this MLS Next triple header, assuming Eppelbaum cannot continue as he continues to limp and hobble around before he's helped out by the athletic staff. Well, and that's not good. Hopefully he can return to the game. Sean Eppelbaum himself is an indispensable part of this team. A key component to the defense, not only as a goalkeeper, but also because of his style, often sweeping outside his 18-yard box. Unafraid to commit himself to the challenge. An aggressive goalkeeper in the best way possible, especially at this age in MLS Next. Surely a future prospect, but for now, he'll be off the field. As now we await the word of head coach Ben Marcoux as to who will fill in that goalkeeping role, assuming Sean Eppelbaum cannot continue. Because again, according to this roster here that I'm given, there is no official backup goalkeeper. And as the pause continues here, I'd like to remind you that the conclusion of this MLS Next triple header will start at 2:20 p.m. between the U13 squads of Beachside and FA Euro New York. After that, tonight at 8 p.m., East Coast FC looks for its second straight United Premier Soccer League Premier Division win. But standing in its way, of course, is New York Empire FC. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., The Lions of Osners FC intend on spoiling the first National Premier Soccer League appearance of American Soccer Club New York. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., Richmond County FC has a chance to break into the top 6 of the American Premier Soccer League Metropolitan Conference, but the club faces the table-topping New York Pencyprian Freedoms. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. Well, you know, we could see the craziest of scenarios here, assuming the referee permits it, as Sean Eppelbaum hobbles back into his own penalty area to resume this game. For a moment, I thought we were going to see one of the U13 goalkeepers of FAU New York play. That certainly would have been something, and that certainly would have required some special permission from the referee. Not entirely sure that it would have been allowed, but under the circumstances, who knows? As Shapoval, unable to fully prod the ball away, Sean Eppelbaum back on duty on his goal line. Shot goes wide and out of play. And surely with that much stoppage, we'll see around 5 minutes of additional time here in the first half, assuming the referee would like to institute it. As we're almost at the halfway point of this first half, over 18 minutes have gone by, still scoreless. Still no shot on target, in fact. Jeremy Frias towards Saba Anchabadze. Saba. Left-footed drive. Jeremy Frias to help him out. Henry Matson with Meg Gralick, unable to dispossess the opponent. Matteo Convertini. Shapoval, the last line of defense before Eppelbaum, uses the heel. Convertini wins the throw-in.
Our next senior joined the Dolphins as a transfer in 2024.
Throw-in to be taken by Meg Gralick.
During his first season with the team, he led the Dolphins in ERA, wins, and complete games.
Mek.
Also named to the EC
Saban Chibadze.
second team. It was the team's
Shapoval.
for 2024.
Saba
And during the weekend,
trying to reconnect with Ilnurbek Hakimov.
including 4 stars, once again.
Mek with some solid defending at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, our senior
Of course, it's way too early to tell this, but Meg Gralick is making himself a contender for man of the match at this moment. At least from the defensive standpoint, he's been kept quite busy. Jeremy Frias was trying to turn the ball toward the interior of the field as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov has Mark Eisenberg. Mark Eisenberg plays it back as Saba Anchabadze, the intended target, never got the ball to him. Convertini to Meg Gralick. Gralick hoping for a quick piece of action toward Saba Anchabadze. And now the referee
ladies and gentlemen, number
officially
23,
establishes a water break.
Santos.
Now that we're halfway past the first half.
Our next senior also arrived in 2024, serving as
And because we're halfway through the first half, stay tuned during the upcoming halftime break to catch the April Goal of the Month nominees. Again, those will be shown during halftime, so stay right where you are and perhaps get your Instagram ready.
this year. He has been a
Small spoiler there, of course,
he had appeared in 35 games,
as that was possibly one of the fastest water breaks I've ever seen.
been a productive hitter for the Dolphins with
Mek
23 RBIs,
towards Saba. Saba sandwiched in between two, draws the foul.
gone for extra bases, and he has once again posted on-base percentage above the 360 mark.
Ilnurbek Hakimov has Meg Gralick right in front of him.
Our senior
Henry Matson threatens that right-hand side. It would require a switch play. It would require an excellent pass from Ilnurbek Hakimov. This one driven a little too centrally. Easy for the center back to clear out and turn into a pass. Ilnurbek once more. Chasing down the ball handler, Jeremy Frias, picking his pocket as well. Jeremy Frias is able to win FAU New York's first corner kick. Good instincts from the FA Euro New York number 32, Jeremy Frias, as Ilnurbek Hakimov once more is on set-piece duty. Was just seen moments ago taking that free kick. Jeremy Frias, alongside Mark Eisenberg, would technically be the closest options. Of course, Eisenberg being by far the closest. And he does in fact play it to Eisenberg. Eisenberg to McGralick. Ilnurbek Hakimov, grounded cross. Dangerous piece of play, dangerous pass, could be a counterattack. Surprised me that they didn't want to lob the ball, the FA Euro New York players, especially with so many white jerseys, toward the middle and far post. I should say toward the middle of the 18-yard box and the far post. As Convertini trusts Eppelbaum with the ball at his feet, and it's good to see that Eppelbaum is in fact healthy enough to continue in this game. Earlier we had a stoppage of perhaps around 5 minutes when he was forced to clear away a back pass inside his own 6-yard box, and in the process he got stamped. More specifically, I think his lower shin received some contact from the opposition. Of course, it wasn't intentional. It was just a moment of the game, just the nature of the sport. As Frias to McGralick, serves it right back up. Savan Chabadze forced the opposition perhaps into a throw-in scenario. Frias won't be taking it. Instead, it will be McGralick. Mek has Ilnurbek Hakimov as the safest option. Instead, a little more ambitious towards Saba Anchabadze. Saba taken away from the ball illegally. The referee blowing the whistle for a foul in favor of FA Euro New York. That's a smart foul drawn by Saba Anchabadze. The throw-in might have not have ever connected with him fully, but enforcing the foul to occur, enforcing the off-ball movement and action from the defender, Saba sets up his team for what could be a favorable free kick here from, give or take, perhaps 20 yards. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov trying to surround the goalkeeper alongside Henry Matson. In fact, Henry Matson receiving some shoves toward that far post, served toward the near post instead. Officially a shot on target, and one could perhaps hear head coach Ben Marco asking his players how come nobody was testing the goalkeeper toward the near post, which is a fair question by the coach. At that rate, you might as well contest the netminder. As now Convertini plays it back toward Eppelbaum, who's forced into clearing it, and upon that contact of the ball, might have been too hard on himself. His wobble resuming, or I should say coming back as a whole. Throw-in taken. Beachside. Frias. Frias keeps dropping back further and further. Still with Beachside, as it's played all the way back toward the defender. As Sasha Demidov-Menchikov wasn't the first to cut it short. Somehow still with Beachside inside the penalty area. Dodges one tackle, has space for a shot. Sean Eppelbaum, firm hands. Well positioned as well. As these two teams have officially registered a shot on target. One apiece. 2 shots overall attempted, again by the two teams respectively. Shapoval sliding the ball toward Henry Matson. Throw in for FA Euro New York. Back-to-back throw-in scenarios. This one in favor of Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. Beachside. Unable to get past Ilnurbek Hakimov alongside Shapoval. Second straight throw-in for the team in blue and black. And speaking of the team in blue and black, a trio of substitutions. As we've made it past the 27th minute, under 13 minutes remain in regulation time for the first half. And assuming the referee wants to install some stoppage time, I'd imagine 5 minutes would be apt. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, not there first. Savan Chabaze trying to close down the space rather than the ball trajectory itself. That's a lovely ball for Beachside, crossing it toward that back post. Shapoval clearing it away. Jeremy Frias likewise has help from Meg Gralick. Saba. Henry Matson unable to control the ball at first. Beachside inside the penalty area. Evades the first challenge. That's no foul. As Sean Eppelbaum can collect the loose ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, number 16, Ryan Kehoe.
Beachside. So far forcing FAU New York onto its back foot quite often here in this first half. That being said, however, the stats would tell you that these two teams are almost parallel to one another. 2 shots attempted by both of them individually. Only a single one, again, respectively, on target. Ilnurbek Hakimov registered the shot on target from a free kick toward the near post. Meanwhile, about a couple minutes ago, Sean Eppelbaum was required for a catching save. Didn't require much shuffling, but it did require some good handiwork from the aqua blue goalkeeper. So far, still scoreless. And in fact, in this triple header, we have yet to see a goal from either team. The first match, the U15 one, had ended 0-0 between FAU New York and Beachside. And in that story, of course, Beachside controlled the second half, responding well to FAU New York's dominant first half. Breakaway perhaps here, as Meg Gralick has to chase down his opponent. Sean Eppelbaum may be required here. Shot that's ultimately blocked. A second chance as Meg Gralick catches second wind here. In fact, I think Meg Gralick was just in time and just well positioned enough to block the shot. So it's a good recovery from the FAU number 3. FAU New York clearing it away, not too much airtime. Just a desperate chip to slow the opposition down. Meg Gralick closing down the exterior here. On the left-hand side of FAU New York, or right-hand side of Beachside alternatively. And once more, Meg Gralick so far proving in these early minutes of the match as to why he could be a man of the match candidate at this moment. As a looming cloud provides some shade here, although it's accompanied by an immense amount of wind. The referee signaling a throw-in for Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. Final 10 minutes here in the first half. That's without stoppage time included. As Shapoval did commit the sin, but the referee issues advantage. Perhaps to the dismay of Beachside. As the throw-in taker wastes little to no time, looking for the quickest options. Again, we are within the final 10 minutes of this first half. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov with an interception. The number 9 looking for somebody to accompany him. That should be a card. That could be a card. There's a clear breakaway. The referee asking for the player to return to him. And this would be a relatively early yellow card by MLS next standards. The referee may be showing some mercy because that would have been otherwise a breakaway. Technically not the last man standing, but he was quite close to it. And that's 2 times so far in this match in which Sasha Demidov-Menchikov was locked down because of a tactical foul. Well, one was a no call, but this one certainly was. Meg Gralick, one-armed raised, left-footed delivery, a little too much swerve as Kai Fleming gets his first touch on the ball in quite a while. Goal kick for Beachside. Beachside taking the goal kick quickly. Beachside looking for options. Meg Gralick got a poke. Sasha with Henry Matson for the 1-2. Henry Matson once more. It's Kai Fleming that comes to the defensive rescue. Toward that right-hand side it goes. Siler Wilson making an appearance as well. Siler Wilson threatening that right wing. Unable to do much, but he does win the throw-in. As thanks to the gusts, a wind of pollen certainly blows against the spectators here. Crossed inside the 18-yard box, thinking about the volley, goes for the contact, unable to truly hit it as Sava Anchebadze recovers his footing, gets a tackle, slows down the opposition. Meg Gralick fully clamps it down. I don't think Meg Gralick has lost a duel for now. He's at a near-perfect record today when it comes to his tackles attempted, as Convertini puts that ball right back up into the air. Henry Matson. Liam. Still a goalless affair. We could be witnessing here in this triple header 3 halves in a row without a goal. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov brought down. Second foul drawn by the number 9. And just like he has been all this season, he will be an important element in this game. Yes, he plays as the leading striker, but it's also a question of what can he do off the ball. Kai Fleming towards Siler Wilson, the number 34 to the number 24. Siler Wilson keeping the ball alive. Initial cross! Hitting the side netting again. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov nearly stunning the goalkeeper. And a good hustling moment by Siler Wilson, keeping the ball alive with his first touch that turned into a cross. And Sasha Demidov-Menchikov took his chances, wasn't too far away. Second time he's hit the side netting, in fact. Third shot attempted by FA Euro New York. So far, only one on target, coming from Ilnurbek Hakimov. Meanwhile, 2 shots have been attempted by Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. Only one of those was officially on target. Shapoval, still challenging for the ball, draws the foul. Back-to-back fouls in favor of FA Euro New York. And less than a span of 2 minutes. As I believe it's Dobson who stands over the ball, Shapoval would be the nearest option. The second nearest would be Convertini. Siler Wilson is left completely exposed on the right wing. And he does go to Siler Wilson, who demonstrates a lot of class with crosses. Instead, FA Euro New York wins itself a throw-in. Not the anticipated result, but there's slow build-up here, as we're within the final 3.5 minutes in this first half. Cross towards Sasha Demidov-Menchikov, still inside the penalty area. FA Euro New York, it's Saba looking for a chance, denied by the back line of Beachside, and Convertini chases his marker alongside Meg Gralick. Shapoval has to make sure he wins this duel alongside Eppelbaum. Shapoval shielding the ball away. Eppelbaum well off his goal line. Good goalkeeping. Maybe even better defending from Shapoval, having to shield the opponent away from the sphere. Not an easy task. Siler Wilson the target, but that ball had trickled well out of bounds a long while ago. And again, do stay tuned during the halftime break to witness the latest nominees for the goal of the month here on Game and Frame. Again, that will come at halftime as Sasha Demidov-Menchikov receives the pass from Shapoval, I believe. Another moment of possession for FA Euro New York. Throw in towards Seiler. Seiler knocking the ball upward. Back-to-back throw-ins. Seiler will be taking this throw-in apparently. That's a good throw-in launched inside the penalty area. This could be a corner kick if Sasha Demidov-Menchikov opts to shield it away. Instead, tried to keep the ball live, and as a result, Beachside wins itself a throw-in from a Shapoval touch. Final 2 minutes and counting.
Fans, we would like to welcome one of our CSI athletic sponsors this year, Dave & Buster's.
As there's a personnel change here for Beachside, only one.
They're located behind the press box. Visit them to play quick games.
Henry Matson and Seiler Wilson marking the nearest boundary alongside Kai Fleming. In fact, it's the latter that gets the penultimate touch, winning himself a throw-in. Kai Fleming. A bit of a dangerous throw-in. Technically into open space, but that could result in a giveaway like this as Convertini has to chase back alongside Shapoval. Applebaum sweeper keeping may be required here as the ball is inside the penalty area. Applebaum guarding tightly, guarding closely his far post. Good save from the goalkeeper, but that could have been, and maybe even should have been 1-0. A common theme that we've seen here so far from Beachside since the U15 second half. Of course, it's the U14 first half, but it does speak volumes as Convertini dispossesses his opponent. And the sun for now has gone away. Clouds have surrounded the Staten Island venue, providing the spectators here, and perhaps myself as well, with some much needed shade. I'm sure Nicholas here behind the camera, certainly not complaining about the shade. Thrown towards Seiler Wilson. Seiler. As we are now in stoppage time officially in this first half. Meg Gralick chasing down this ball. Must make sure, I should say, to not give it away. Meg Gralick with some conservative defending instead. That's the first goal he's lost! Beachside hits the post somehow! A phantom goal almost awarded. And it's the woodwork at the end that denies Beachside an opening goal. And not by much. Beat Applebaum toward his near post. As Shapoval restarts the offensive drive. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov. Saba Anchebadze as well, trying to slow down the offense of the opposition. Again, we are in stoppage time here. Kai Fleming, unable to get there first. Henry Matson, unable to do the same. Shapoval, chasing down the ball. Convertini, marking the near post, wide! Barely wide. 3 back-to-back-to-back opportunities for Beachside SC that should have been a goal. And somehow, FA Euro New York remains alive. Three consecutive times in which FA Euro New York has gotten fortunate. Convertini. And let's note that the 2 latest goal-scoring chances have come from crosses. This one, once more, inside the 18-yard box. Not enough gas in the tank to accelerate toward it. It will be a goal kick. As we're about to approach the second full minute of stoppage time. Applebaum still holding on to a clean sheet somehow in this first half. Convertini, Mech, giveaway, shove in the back, should be a foul, is a foul. It was Luca Nicoli who committed the foul. So the free kick will be taken by Beachside SC for a goal-scoring chance. Is the fourth time the charm here as Eppelbaum on his goal line shuffles. It's cleared away by FA New York. Ball still in play somehow. Not the best of clearances. Another opportunity for Beachside SC was the likely scenario. But in fact, that ball trickling out of bounds will be the final touch of the ball here in this first half that, just like its U15 counterpart, remains scoreless. Beachside SC 0, FA New York 0. Stay with us as we show the Goal of the Month nominees for April, Plays of the Week, halftime analysis, and of course the second half. You are watching MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Zero gets half a yard, catches it beautifully, and opens the scoring with a rip-roaring strike. It's signature Junior Rosero. Espinoza gets around, and he puts it in! And it's 3-2. Richmond regain the lead.
Trouble for Real Central. Shot from distance, looking to beat the keeper. And how about that for a finish to start this game? From about 35 yards out, AC Trilogy stunned John Bowen in net.
Good touch. Space on the left wing, carrying into the box, taking on one man, taking on a second, looking for a shot, and a beautiful goal! What a strike! East Coast are right back into this one. It's 2-1.
Neto leaves it. Oliveira, 2-1, perfectly placed. Good enough pace to beat Valencia, but also the placement as well. Just inside the far post. And Oliveira.
Willie goes long, trying to find Reynoso. Reynoso gets a touch over the keeper. Reynoso, open goal. And he finishes to make it 2-0. A beautiful touch by David Reynoso over the keeper. And he slots it home.
Mohu. Tug at the shirt. He's had a hit. What a strike! From Mohu, top left corner.
Smith lets it run. Now gonna bring it forward. Smith gets through two. Smith into the middle. He scores! Quentin Smith puts it in at the far post. And Brooklyn have doubled their lead.
Fascioli in a little more space. And he's looking for Richmond. He's played a nice ball over the top. He's gotten it under control. A little clip over the top. What a goal from the Philadelphia skipper.
They're back to pitch. It goes to Moya. Looks like a cross is getting set to be put into the box by Aarons, who takes a shot instead, and he scores! Kyrol Aarons makes it 3 for the Empire.
Along the left wing, one step over, two step over, cutting it inward, playing it back to Ricardo. Mira Sanchez! Goal! Ricardo Mira Sanchez makes it 3-1.
Over the top, goalkeeper a long way off his line, LaFlash. His pass is loose, however, he's a long way off his goal. The goal is gaping and the goal is bypassed. Finally for New York International, they break free. Elation, Alex Theodorescu has opened the scoring.
watch the latest Goal of the Month candidates, and you can check them out again on Instagram at GameInFrame. Once you've got yourself a favorite, make sure to let us know in the comment section at GameInFrame again which goal scorers should take home the Goal of the Month and Air Case by Salt Athletic prizes before tomorrow at 11:59 p.m.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The Salt Air Case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game & Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division I programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
Now this could spell trouble for Real Central. Stuff from distance, looking to beat the keeper. And how about that for a finish to start this game?
Great feet. It's set up to Kugler on the top of the box. Whose effort! An immaculate save by Nivkovic. Unbelievable reach. Looks like a cross is getting set to be put into the box by Aarons, who takes a shot instead, and he scores!
Oh, it's good switch of play. CPR could be in. They are! It's the equalizer!
Buchel out in front, no one around him. Into the 18, his shot is deflected away.
Pass there. Advantage called. Yusufi! That time he scores!
Ba, with his first time with a sighted goal, gets past two, takes a shot, and Nish does so well to meet the shot, tipping the ball over the bar.
Here is the set piece, however, by Jordan Trott. Wicked. And it's in! Alex Theodorescu.
Blocks that cross from Puig. Sharifi now fires! Another save by Kizun!
The ball is back into play. Beautiful work, Winder, with the nutmeg.
Tail
as the halftime break is officially concluded here. It's Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club that restarts this game from the halfway line. Shapoval already getting his first touch in the second half. Same almost said for Siler Wilson, though not for now. So again, these two teams in this match have approached it somewhat, you could say, oppositely. For example, the key to the game for Beachside SC is to truly capitalize on its chances. In the final minutes of the first half, especially within those final 3 minutes, if I recall correctly, if not 5 minutes, we had seen 3 attempted shots, 1 hitting the post, 2 going wide, and only barely. Beachside SC has largely controlled the tempo of this game, and with this in mind, Beachside must finish those chances created. So in other words, the simple key to the game for Beachside in this second half will be to capitalize on those opportunities. It's just a matter of finishing, as Shapoval, no high kicking infraction according to the referee, breakaway perhaps for the team in blue as he drops the shoulder, trying to re-deliver it back to the original passer. And it's an easy takeaway for Sean Eppelbaum. Meanwhile, for FAO New York, given that it was on its own back foot for a large portion of this game, FAO New York must find a way to respond more assertively in this second half, particularly by taking more risks and chances offensively and attempt to drive it forward faster. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov notably has 2 shots attempted, and there could have been a third had the referee not blown the whistle for a foul. That being said, however, one must notice his workhorse nature, always driving forward, always exhausting himself, in a positive way, that is. Oh, that's a nasty crash. Siler Wilson and the goalkeeper, both going for the ball at the same time. Fortunately for Beachside, it was the goalkeeper who got his gloves first. Siler Wilson unintentionally crashing into the goalkeeper, who's currently holding on to his left set of ribs. As an early cross for Beachside SC makes its way into the penalty area, Sean Eppelbaum denies an opener for now. Good reflexes from the goalkeeper of FAO New York, the number 1. So again, FAO New York must play more assertively. Beachside must start finishing those chances. That's arguably 4 chances in a row that should have been the opening goal in this fixture. Nothing for now in this U14 MLS next bout. In fact, so far in this triple header, 3 straight halves without a goal. As that ball goes out of play. Beachside looking to offensively restart here. Should be a throw-in for FAO New York, the referee in accordance. Throw-in taken. Ball continues to bounce around. Nobody able to fully control it as Dobson receives some help from Ilnurbek Hakimov. Siler Wilson unable to get there as well. As the ball continues to bounce around, goes out for another throw in here for FAO New York. Ilnurbek Hakimov would be the nearest throw-in option. Instead, Dobson takes his chances, looking at Sasha Demidov-Menchikov, who almost got away with it. Siler Wilson, likewise, looking for some space, closed down by Saba Anchabadze. Dangerous opportunity evaded by Beachside. Referee says no foul in favor of Convertini, as Shapoval merely guards that ball away. Dobson. Toward, I should say, Siler Wilson, Sasha Demidov-Menchikov, drawing the foul. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that's the 3rd foul drawn by Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, playing a vital role in this match. And of course, you would expect that considering that he's the sole striker in this lineup, as Ilnurbek Hakimov looks for it on target, trying to surprise the goalkeeper with the height and trajectory of that ball. It's a cross-gone shot that's intercepted by the goalkeeper. Technically a shot on target. And officially the second shot on target from FA Euro New York, as another crash results in an FA Euro New York free kick, likewise drawn by Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Second foul in a row drawn by the number 9. I believe his fourth in this match. Second in this half as well. As the sun emerges from the clouds, and Sasha Demidov-Menshikov is still down on the ground. Slow to pick himself right back up, as the training staff is asked to take a look at the young number 9. And in the meanwhile, I would like to remind you that this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Aircase the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. As Sasha, back up on his own 2 feet on the sideline, stretching that right leg, served, made its way toward the penalty area. Kai Fleming now caught in a game of keep away, though luckily for him, he has Ilnurbek Hakimov to assist him. As Sasha Demidov-Menshikov is given the okay by the referee to return to the match once more. As we await the throw-in from Beachside SC. And ongoing with the weather, aside from the immense amount of pollen that we've been feeling here, it's 81 degrees Fahrenheit in Staten Island, so it's getting warmer and warmer by the hour. Likewise, it's getting windier and windier. Winds of up to 13 miles per hour, gusts of up to 25. Sasha is in the driver's seat. Sasha going for a shot over the bar. Never really scared the goalkeeper, but it did perhaps startle the defenders for a moment. As now Beachside can reset this game from the goal kick. Again, FA Euro New York sporting a 4-2-3-1 formation. Sometimes flat out called a 4-5-1 formation, but I believe that distinction must be made. And a 4-2-3-1 can easily transform itself into a 4-3-3 with a center attacking midfielder if required. And when you have the likes of Siler Wilson on the wing, you want to take advantage of that. As a free kick is won by Beachside SC in the opposition's half, give or take 10 yards, if not 15 yards from the halfway line itself. Sean Eppelbaum on his goal line. Shapoval might have delivered this to his opponent, who had the right idea of volleying it, but unfortunately for him, the execution not necessarily there. Of course, the conclusion of this MLS Next triple header will start at 2:20 p.m. Tonight at 8 p.m., East Coast FC looks for its second straight United Premier Soccer League Premier Division win, but standing in its way is New York Empire FC. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., the Lions of Osners FC intend on spoiling the first National Premier Soccer League appearance of American Soccer Club New York. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., Richmond County FC has a chance to break into the top 6 of the American Premier Soccer League Metropolitan Conference but the club faces the table-topping New York Pan-Cyprian Freedoms. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer, as Dobson might have stalled the opponent just a little bit. Shapoval has some help in the form of Kai Fleming. Kai Fleming to Ilnebek Hakimov, drawing the foul. Noticing the positioning of his opponent. And once again, astutely drew it. Convertini stands over the ball, taking the free kick, playing it toward the left-hand side where Mek Gralik is. Mek, who had a great first half, at least from a defensive standpoint. Siler Wilson almost there to take it away. Another chance here as FAO New York must stop that breakaway. Unfortunately, there was too much juice behind that pass. Results in an Eppelbaum recollection. Mek Gralik. As the two players connect once more, Mek maybe looking at Siler Wilson for an early cross. Instead, for now, denied by Beachside SC. Not too much action here in this second half. Relatively quiet compared to the first, although most of the noise was generated by Beachside, especially in those final minutes of the first half. Again, 3 straight shots in that first half in the final minutes. That could have been 1-0, but unfortunately for the team in blue and black, that was not the case. Back pass toward Eppelbaum. Eppelbaum trying to drive it down the middle. Let's recall that he's still recovering from a first half injury, to the point that he stopped taking a large portion of his free kicks as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov got that gratuitous touch, won the ball, but also wanted a piece of the man perhaps. Results in a free kick for Beachside SC. Beachside now with a free kick from give or take 40 yards away from goal. As he plays it backwards, to my surprise. Maybe he's thinking about the shot. He is, in fact, thinking about the shot. Eppelbaum. A simple catch. Merely collapsing on the ball for extra piece of control. Kai Fleming. Saba Anchabadze. For a moment, grabbing his left leg. Sasha couldn't beat the sole defender marking him. Tough result for the number 9 for now. As the counterattack is on here, Shapoval must do his best to defend, gets a sliding tackle in the way, and Sean Eppelbaum can collect it. Shapoval wide. Burying it toward the bottom corner. Very clean, very calm. 1-0, and just like that, it took 4 halves. But we finally have our first goal in this triple header. A well-deserved penalty, a well-deserved goal. Beachside SC getting its reward for always keeping its opponent on the back foot. Maybe a tough moment for Eppelbaum, as it bounced underneath him, past his gloves essentially. As there are several substitutions here for Beachside SC. 2-0 is the scoreline. All within the span of less than 5 minutes. Maybe I'd go as far as to say even 3 minutes, if not 2. $2-0 is a score. Still on paper a tieable game for FAO New York, but given the action and reaction, I should say, Oh, Eppelbaum. That's some risky goalkeeping. Palming it away with one hand and then opting to recover it. Could have been a dangerous loose ball that could have made it 3, and things would have gone from bad to worse. But for now, a tying result is still in the reach of FA Euro New York. That's a clean tackle, all ball. Interception by Convertini. Convertini to, I believe, Nicoli. It is Nicoli. Along the left wing, Saba Anchabadze draws the foul. Too much traffic in the way, although Saba Anchabadze did just enough to win the free kick. Was hoping that advantage could have been played on as well. But luckily for FA Euro New York, still a moment of possession, still a goal-scoring possibility here. Although it is quite some range and quite some angle, it's not impossible to score a goal from here. By the same virtue, you look for the easiest option in the form of a cross, and in fact it does make its way toward a white jersey, going out of bounds at the very end. Ricocheting apparently off a Beachside player, according to the assistant referee. So corner kick for FA Euro New York. Inurbek Hakimov will be taking this set piece. And of the outfielders, 7 of them inside the 18-yard box. Goalkeeper punching it up high. Came down a little awkwardly. Came down with a lot of pace, the goalkeeper. Going for the safest option, just punching it, if not palming it away. FA Euro New York. 2 back-to-back corner kicks. In fact, 3 consecutive set pieces within the span of 2 to 3 minutes. Inurbek Hakimov, outward swinger toward the far post. Does connect with the white jersey. Luka Nicoli, unable to pull the trigger. Would have been the nearest, as Shapoval. Sprints toward the sphere. Convertini. Convertini to Mek Gralic. Mek. As Nicoli does just enough to win the space. Good dribbling. But unfortunately for FA Euro New York, it's a Beachside ball via a throw-in. As we're within the final 20 minutes here in this match, Beachside SC found the opener via a penalty kick, and just minutes later, no more than 3 I would say, Beachside was able to double its lead when the winger was able to chop it inward with his right foot and finish, I believe, with his left.
Let's go Beachside on the game, Beachside, let's keep on working.
FA Euro New York. With a free kick in its own half, Convertini toward Mek Gralic. Mek. Early cross, currently not working in favor of FA Euro New York. And right now, Beachside SC is demonstrating why it has one of the best defensive scores according to the quality of play rankings of MLS Next. Mek. Left-footed pass all the way back to Eppelbaum. Who had a handful of good saves, but was also momentarily injured in the first half, which left FA Euro New York with a momentary goalkeeper scare, given that nobody on this team is registered as a goalkeeper. Of course, a specialty position in its own right. Foul committed by FA Euro New York, overextending the tackle, making contact with only the player and none of the ball. As now the referee has issued a water break here. Scoreline again 2-0. And one cannot deny the fact that Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club has taken to heart the keys to the game, finishing every chance it's gotten. First drawing the penalty kick, scoring the penalty kick, and minutes later, capitalizing on its creativity in the final third, just outside the 18-yard box. If not just barely within it. That being said, FAU New York must still find a way to instill its tempo within this second half of the second half. Aggressiveness is a necessity here, especially when you're down by a 2-goal deficit. And in the meanwhile of this water break, do make sure to check out our Instagram at Game in Frame for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. And as stated earlier, it took 4 halves for the first goal, let alone first goals of this MLS Next triple header to occur. FAU New York still looking for a response, of course. Game plan wise, not much has changed for Beachside SC since the first half. And practically identical. Though we're starting to see, of course, the 12-goal combined output put into action here. And if we're including today, in its last 3 matches, Beachside SC has scored a total of 14 goals. And of course, in that stretch, the visiting side from Connecticut has conceded a noteworthy 0. Has yet to concede. So if we're including today, Beachside SC has yet to concede in 3 match days in MLS Next, as all 22 players reemerge onto the field alongside the arbitrators. The blue and black of Connecticut playing it upward. Nicoli did enough to poke the ball away, but concedes the throw-in in the process. Pass quickly. Siler Wilson, the nearest to mark. Perhaps now it's just a matter of possession for Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. As that should be a foul, is a foul. And it's a booking, according to the referee, against Saba Anshabadze. For having tripped his opponent, for having clipped him from behind. Still partly cloudy conditions here as the sun looms over. Dobson got his head to it, draws a foul. Still with gusts of up to 25 miles per hour, winds of 13 miles per hour. Currently blowing against the Beachside Soccer Club goalkeeper. And we're supposed to have 80-degree weather until 5 p.m. apparently, according to the weather reports in this part of Staten Island.
Do it outside.
So it will be a warm, humid day. As Beachside SC has itself another corner kick.
Go Beachside!
Beachside, judging by his stance, it should be an inward swinger, left-footed. Both arms raised. Left-footed service, going high. Saba, not there first. Oh, that's a physical challenge. Very late. Could be a yellow card. And it is a yellow card according to the referee. Pushing Ilnerbek Hakimov from behind. A little bit clumsy. And almost unnecessary considering the 2-goal lead, let alone the lead in possession stats.
FAO New York would need something extraordinary at this moment to equalize. The Brooklynites have spent little to no time really in the final third. Beachside can't get past Shapoval. Siler Wilson. Back to Dobson. Dobson trusting the footwork of his goalkeeper in aqua blue, Sean Eppelbaum. Eppelbaum pausing before playing it towards Shapoval. Shapoval lobbing this ball toward the vicinity of Saba Anchabadze and Siler Wilson. As Saba thought he was part of a double press, though to his dismay he's not. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Quick play towards Saba. Saba looking for some space. Saba to Kai Fleming. And talk about a lockdown here from Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. Doing its defensive homework. As a lack of communication that results in a giveaway. As we expect a couple changes here for FA Euro New York. It looks like Saba has been replaced alongside Ilnurbek Hakimov. Oh, it looked like Ilnurbek Hakimov was actually going to approach the sideline. Turns out he'll just be playing a wide midfielder role as we are officially within the final 10 minutes of regulation time here. That is without stoppage time, but I can't imagine the referee will add much. At most a minute. And thanks to its hefty amount of possession, Beachside SC has the 2-0 lead. Apparently offense is the best defense in this case. In fact, a heat map would probably show that Beachside SC has had a majority of possession in the middle third, followed by the final third. That's how aggressive we're talking here from Beachside SC, from an offensive standpoint. And I could only imagine as an MLS Next coach, you love to see it, especially if you are training this Connecticut side. Served into the 18-yard box. Too much height behind the pass. As FA Euro New York still looking to reply to the 2 unanswered goals. Wrestling for the ball, FA Euro New York wins the free kick. So this should be a free kick from, give or take, 35 yards, maybe a little bit more, depending where this ball is placed. We can call it a 37-yarder, give or take, for FA Euro New York. Left-footed, soars into the 18-yard box, cleared away for now, Siler Wilson. Ball still in play as Jacob Mancilla Ortiz. Mancilla Ortiz looking for an opportunity, instead wins a throw-in, forcing the clearance toward the nearest touchline. Back to Nicoli. Mandrescu, unable to complete the cross, immediately blocked, back-to-back throw-ins. As we're within the final 8 minutes of this match, or more accurately 7.5. Mandrescu playing it out wide. Mancilla Ortiz to Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, blocking the clearance. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov looking for a white jersey. Nicoli the nearest. Sasha back to Mandrescu, who wanted to hit it upon his first touch, and unfortunately for him, goes out of play. ball is back in play in the backfield of FA Euro New York. Shapoval, Kai Fleming, Jacob Ortiz. Once again, Jacob was looking for the overlapping 1-2. Unfortunately for him, there's miscommunication with a fellow player in white. And one could argue that the initial penalty call, let alone the penalty goal from Beachside SC, might have taken the win New York as a ball in this Staten Island venue. As a trio of blue jerseys surround that FA Euro New York player, somehow he back passes his way to evade all those challenges simultaneously. Dobson back to Shapoval. Shapoval lobbing it forward. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov would have been onside, but the goalkeeper, proactive and well positioned, recovering that loose ball. Not much time left here on the clock, especially for FA Euro New York. In fact, we're within the final 5 minutes, closer to 4 minutes and 20 seconds. This has so far been a scoreless affair for FA Euro New York. The U15 squad's tied at 0-0. This one is so far a 2-0 lead for Beachside SC. As Shapoval receives the pass from Eppelbaum. Shapoval intercepted in the middle third. This is what we were talking about earlier with the heat map. Driven pass, still inside the penalty area, cleared away. Seiler, back to Shapoval. Sasha will always be onside. He was in his own half. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov with one defender on him. Sasha, several body feints. Ball poked away. A top-ranked defense clearly on display. And now Beachside SC is looking for the cherry on top of this defensive Sunday. A clean sheet in reality. 14 goals across 3 matches, including today. Not bad whatsoever, but what would make that feel even better is a 3rd consecutive clean sheet. 7-0, 5-0, currently 2-0 here. Crossed toward the far post, going for a volley. Goalkeeper using his gloves for the first time in a very long while. That is for a save.
Make the run, make the run, make the run!
Not the strongest shot, but it was looping. And it was a little bit threatening. And a half roulette upon his first touch does just enough to beat 2 FA Euro New York players. Convertini trying to chip it toward the winger. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov has Seiler Wilson to help him out along the right wing. Seiler trying to close down the angle. Instead, that zonal marking allows for some dribbling here. As the ball's played out wide by Maddox Mandrescu. Interception by the players in blue and black. Eppelbaum may be required. Shapoval interferes first. Final 2 minutes here. 2 minutes of regulation time are left, and I can't imagine that the referee would add with stoppage time, as the Connecticut visitors are not too far away from a 3rd consecutive clean sheet. And there are changes in the personnel of FA Euro New York. So Nicoli exits the game for now, as well as Sasha Demidov-Menchikov. As I believe that's Eisenberg making his return. Or pardon me, that's 99, not 19. So that is Alex Rakowski. Through pass. Convertini can easily collect this ball. Oh, hello, Applebaum. Trying to have a little bit of fun despite the result here. Still some gutsy goalkeeping, let alone gutsy dribbling. Jeremy Frias entered alongside Alex Rakowski for the final minutes of the second half. High kicking infraction, nearly making contact with the player himself. Final 20 seconds. Frias trying to cut down the angle. Still with Beachside as he's offside according to the assistant referee. Offside, but not by much, I would imagine. As FAR New York, likely with its final touches here in the second half, looking for a miracle as Rakowski is onside. Rakowski, oh, might have changed the trajectory of that ball. Rakowski! Goal! Rakowski! Blocking the goalkeeper's clearance from the edge of the penalty area. The number 99 doing his job as a super sub. Though, is it enough to generate some last-second inspiration for FAR New York? We're already past the 100-second mark of stoppage time. And maybe, in fact, Rakowski has inspired his team here as Ilubek Hakimov went for an offensive approach. Shapovalov trying to do the same. Kai Fleming allowing some space to take place. Oh, as Applebaum was slightly tripped by his opponent. The referee signals advantage. Applebaum wasting no time. Beautiful pass. A dagger-like pass, in fact. Cutting along the ground, Jacob Mansi-Ortiz. His pass not on target. Siler Wilson. Dangerous sliding challenge. And the referee has blown the whistle for full time. And part 2 of this Beachside Euro contest ends in a Beachside victory, 2-1. Beachside, again, controlled the tempo throughout the entire game. Although it was a scoreless first half, eventually in the second half, a penalty against FAR New York, of course, resulted in the initial goal of this triple header as a whole. Just moments later, FAR New York would concede a second when a clever chop from a winger of Beachside SC resulted in a 2-0 scoreline. However, in stoppage time, Alex Rakowski, who had only been in the game for less than 2 minutes, made his appearance be known here in the Staten Island venue, as he was able to not only make himself onside for the delivery in the first place, but block the goalkeeper's clearance from the edge of the penalty area. And in doing so, all he had to do was bury the goal into the far post, and that he did do to make it 2-1. However, that sudden breath of fresh air, that second win, came too late for FAR New York. Just a little over 2 minutes of stoppage time was what the referee gave. And at the end, the final scoreline here is 2-1 in favor of the visitors from Connecticut. However, do stay tuned for the final match in this MLS Next triple header. Again, you are watching MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Unbreakable! Incredible! Unbelievable!
Save! And fuck our champions!
It doesn't get any better than that. The fiercest facet of this U13 Beachside SC squad is undoubtedly its back line. Beachside presently possesses a 50% clean sheet rate in MLS Next action. So in other words, 13 of its prior 26 matches have ended in shutouts. And by going unbeaten in 5 of its 6 matches though, Euro has shown since mid-March how it plays each match with an increasing sense of inspiration. Now with a home advantage, it is now the locals' responsibility to truly capitalize on its creativity and make the opposing backline break a sweat, especially on this, what feels like early summer day. As Effie, rudimentary save. So Sheehan is in goal. His right center back, given that this is a 3-5-2 formation, will be Ventura. In the middle of that defensive trio, we'll find Chris Reddy, and on the left-hand side is Guignard. Meanwhile, Festus Howard, Lambert, as well as Shebarovsky, all contribute to the midfield area in that 3-5-2 defensively, as a shot also goes on target, second time. Almost trickles by the gloves of Sheehan, but luckily for him, his legs well positioned, blocking in the first place. 2 immediate shots on target, and I don't believe we're even past the 80-second mark. In fact, we just made it past the 70-second mark. Rakowski, the initial target. Speaking of Rakowski, he plays as an offensive midfielder or controlling midfielder of sorts, alongside Eisenberg. And the 2 forwards will consist of Bucheta and Fishman. It's Beachside that enters the penalty area, and just like that, its explosive offense is rewarded with a corner kick. On the bench for FAU New York today, we'll find the likes of Harris, Miropol, Kellerman, Ruben, Vasquez, Yusufov, and Schwartzman. Corner kick for the players in blue and black, as this one is served toward that first post, makes its way to the back of the net. Goal! Beachside! And just moments ago, we called it explosive. Very clearly on display here. And for the second match in a row, it's Beachside SC that takes the initial advantage in the scoreline. 1-0 in favor of Beachside, straight from the corner kick. 3 immediate shots on target as well. We have to recognize that. Not an easy feat, especially to start a game. Of course, it's still early to determine where this inertia will go, but it's a solid start for the Connecticut players. As the Winds clearly don't want to cooperate here with perhaps the trajectory of the ball. Switch play, lovely ball, a lot of space, cut quickly. Beachside recovering the loose ball all the way back to its netminder, who's wearing a Vault Green outfit today. That being said, this FAU New York U13 squad does have a habit of coming back from these sorts of deficits. So though it's not the best situation to be in within the opening 4 minutes of this match, there's still a lot of room for improvement, a lot of room for an equalizing goal, perhaps. Again, FAU New York has a habit of doing that. Lobbed forward, Fishman, the target man, encounters the Vault Green goalkeeper instead. Battle in the middle third, Bucheta contributing as well toward the defensive scheme of FAU New York. Bucheta unable to take it away alongside Howard. Eisenberg, who was also seen in the U14 match. Guignard doing just enough to stall the offense of Beachside, who with a lateral pass makes his way toward the edge of the penalty area. Ball eventually cleared away, still recovered by the team in blue and black, as the referee blows the whistle for a foul against Beachside. And you can't really ask for a better start than registering 3 consecutive shots on target and finding the goal within the opening 3 minutes or so. "80 degrees Fahrenheit is the weather here in this part of Staten Island. Currently partly cloudy, still with a lot of sun, however. Winds of 12 miles per hour, gusts of up to 24. But as the day progresses, so does the wind itself, becoming more and more alive with each passing minute. As the winds still haven't changed much, still blowing against the side on which Beachside SC is defending, in other words, against the Connecticut goalkeeper. Lovely ball once more, through pass inside the penalty area. Sheehan needed! Goal! Beachside! 2-0 is the scoreline. A quick sequence, a quick scheme. Cutting it inward as well. A selfless pass. Just an overall fabulous sequence for the players in blue and black, who for now stuns the home side with a 2-0 lead in under 7 minutes. Fishman unable to get past that defender. For now, the scales being tipped in favor of Beachside SC in this MLS Next triple header. The first one ended in a scoreless stalemate. The second one, I should say the U14 match most recently, ended in a 2-0 result. It took 2 second-half goals for FAU New York to suffer a defeat. And currently we are witnessing a 2-0 lead in favor of Beachside SC in under 7 minutes. And we were talking about the winds earlier, in fact, so strong that the corner kick flags at the Beachside end have all been blown down. In fact, all the corner kick flags have been blown down bar one, and it's the one specific to Sheehan's left-hand side. Very windy conditions as FAU New York takes this free kick. As he tells his teammates to move farther and farther up. Looking for a quick attacking response. Just over the head of Pucheta, Fishman chasing it down, goalkeeper. Collects this ball on the edge of his own 6-yard box and rolls it toward the nearest defender. Well, this is certainly not sweater weather, I'll say that. As Guignard will be taking this throw-in. Ball continues to bounce around, nobody able to fully control it, still continuing to ping-pong around before Beachside puts itself in the driver's seat, especially now that it's won a throw-in, I should say. Trying to clamp it down is FAU New York. And for a moment, it looked like the third goal was inevitable. That still could be the chance here, assuming FAU New York doesn't regroup itself. As Howard, forced into some zonal marking, lobbed forward. I don't believe there was any ricochet. Should be a goal kick. As Sheehan restarts this game from his own 6-yard box via this goal kick. Sheehan with already 2 saves. A soft goal kick makes its way toward Guignard. Guignard toward the vicinity of Pucheta. Pucheta unable to get to the ball first. And again, with a win here, Beachside SC would have a more than 50% clean sheet rate in all its MLS Next matches. In other words, a clean sheet victory here would mark its 14th shutout across 27 matches, according to the MLS Next fixture schedules. And as said earlier, it appears that the organizational philosophy in terms of soccer for Beachside is to have a steadfast and firm back line. As we are approached here by shades. Going away for now is that brutal son as Pucheta. Unable to chase down that ball for now. Will be a throw-in for the visiting team from Connecticut. Despite the scoreline, Football Association Euro New York did find itself in perhaps what some would call a good problem. I'm putting that in quotes, because on one hand, Euro has been defeated only once in its last 6 appearances, which is a drastic improvement from the first half of the campaign. On the other hand, though, its last 3 results have all ended in draws. On the other hand, as well, Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club, after having a record of 0 wins, 2 losses, and 1 tie from late March to mid-April, has reestablished its rhythm, and of course it's aiming to extend its 2-game winning streak here. Looking to make it 3 as Pucheta puts the ball up into the air. Fishman, viewing the trajectory, reading it well, played forward by Rakowski. Fishman. Ball still kept alive by Beachside. Rakowski cutting it inward, left-footed pass, finding an FA Euro New York player, and before Mark Eisenberg can pull the trigger, it's Beachside that prohibits any sort of progress. Looking to counter as well. Good defensive work for now by FA Euro New York to not concede after that second goal. Ball still alive. Beachside dribbling around the opposition. Inside the penalty area, cleared away. Pucheta. Fishman has to make sure he's onside. Fishman. Well, Pucheta had the right idea. It was a little too obvious for the defender, Fishman. That was never going to fool that defender. Played back out wide. Rakowski backtracking as well alongside Howard. We're about to approach the 13th minute here. Could be 3-0. Good interference from Gwynyard. Logan doing his job. Another corner kick here. In fact, it was the corner kick set piece that made this game officially 1-0 for Beachside SC. Second corner kick here in this match, second for Beachside. Looking for another goal contribution from the scenario, and nearly so. Sheehan for a moment was caught in no man's land. The wind surely affecting the curve of that ball. As we are starting to feel the 24-mile-per-hour gusts. Sheehan feints the first goal kick, plays it back out wide, turns into a giveaway in a dangerous spot perhaps. Beachside, inside the 18-yard box, crossing it. A clearance that was rather rudimentary. Fishman returning the favor, winning back the ball after being boxed out earlier. Rakowski. Eisenberg goes down, and Eisenberg receives the referee's whistle, a foul in favor of him. Scoreline is still 2-0. FA Euro New York looking to test the gloves of the goalkeeper for the first time in this match, as we are about to approach the quarter-hour mark already. As Sheehan takes this free kick, places it into the opposition's half. Pucheta going for an ambitious shot. First shot attempted, first shot on target. It's Pucheta. The young player who possesses a cannon for a foot. We've seen it numerous times in New Utrecht, for example, in Brooklyn, New York, and how Pucheta has been able to score volleys, ones that seemed very unlikely, but somehow made their way into the back of the net in thundering fashion. Here, however, it's a throw-in for, I believe, FA Euro New York. Off the head of Howard. Once more, Howard with the final touch. And of course, this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Aircase the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community a 10% discount. So scan the QR code on your screen to, again, get that 10% discount and keep it fresh. As it's solid defending from Shewarovski. Shewarovski, beaten on the dribble, but not fully, has some reinforcement inside the penalty area. Beachside looking for three. It is three! Beachside with a dominant performance so far within these opening 17 minutes. 2 goals in the first 7 minutes. The third one being marked here in the 17th. Every quick action, every quick reaction. Beachside SC with an offensive display and perhaps on its way onto its 3rd win in a row. Fishman. And so far for Euro New York, technically won't be swept here by its Connecticut opponent. But it's still an important matter to discuss, given that the first game ended scoreless in a tie. The second one ended, the U14 match, I should say, ended in a beachside win, 2-1. And currently the scoreline is 3-0. And it took FA Euro close to, if not over, 160 minutes to score. They scored within stoppage time in the U14 match, which is equivalent to over 80 minutes as a whole. Each game, of course. This one, however, is 70 minutes. Still, there is time. However, it's a daunting task to come back 3-0. If you can get that first goal, nothing is impossible from a 3-1 scoreline. In fact, it happened not too long ago in Major League Soccer. New York City FC was leading Atlanta, if I recall correctly, a couple of weeks ago with a 3-1 scoreline. Next thing you know, Atlanta comes back to win it 4-3 in regulation time, of course, in MLS. And as a result, it was the first time that NYCFC had blown a 2-goal lead in MLS contention. So again, nothing is impossible in this sport, but it will be difficult. But FA Euro New York does have the talent as well as coaching mindset to generate such a miracle. Rakowski, cleared forward by Ventura. Shebarovsky. Shebarovsky relying on Fishman and his creativity. Fishman dribbles it out of bounds, I believe, and the assistant referee agreeing with that. And although this is the concluding match of this MLS Next triple header, there's more game and frame action as tonight at 8 p.m. New York Empire FC clashes with East Coast FC in the United Premier Soccer League Premier Division. In the Cosmopolitan Soccer League Division 1, a title decider takes center stage at 10 a.m. tomorrow as Polonia SC tussles with New York International FC. And the National Premier Soccer League will witness the debut of American Soccer Club New York tomorrow at 7 p.m. as it takes on Osners FC. Finally, New York Penn Cyprian Freedoms will attempt to advance its Metropolitan Conference lead by going toe-to-toe with Richmond County Football Club in the American Premier Soccer League Metropolitan Conference again at 8 p.m. tomorrow. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. As for now, a water break is installed by the refereeing staff. And especially with this intense sun and intense humidity, it's understandable. And now that we're also halfway through the first half, I'd like to remind you that during the halftime break, you should stay tuned to catch the April Goal of the Month nominees. Again, during the halftime break, the April Goal of the Month nominees will be shown right on your screen, so stay tuned. And this is a great position in this match for Beachside SC. It took 17 minutes to find a 3-goal lead, 7 minutes to find a 2-goal lead. Sheehan has been kept quite busy inside his own 18-yard box. If he isn't collecting loose balls, he's making saves in his own way. So now it's a question of strategy. FAU New York approached this game with a 3-5-2 formation. With 3 center backs, of course. Not necessarily full backs. Alongside 3 defensive midfielders, judging by the position of the roster we had received, with 2 attacking midfielders and 2 strikers. In other words, the Brooklynites put all their eggs into one basket regarding defense. However, it's not paid off for now. So I could only imagine there has to be some change here, especially when you find yourself in a 3-goal hole. As we are about 13 minutes away from the halftime whistle. As this game is going by quite quickly, and it's arguably thanks to all those 3 goals being scored by Beachside. Back to Sheehan it goes. Sheehan. Still looking for an offensive opportunity. FAU New York. Eisenberg unable to keep it alive, or rather for his own team. Onside, says the assistant referee. Inside the penalty area he goes, and eventually a defensive display is shown by FAU New York. Cleared away, but in a dangerous spot. He has space, he has time. Does he have the curl? For now, going out of bounds thanks to a ricochet, according to the referee. A very slight ricochet at that. Third corner kick of this match for Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club. Both arms raised, served right-footed toward the central part of the penalty area. Howard, no high kicking infraction according to the referee. Pucheta unable to dispossess his opponent. Clearance blocked. Rakowski conceding the 4th corner kick here against FAU New York. And for now, it's a Beachside parade, especially when it comes to corner kicks. 4th one in a row. In fact, it took less than 2 minutes for the first corner kick to appear. It took about 75 seconds. Right-footed toward that back post. Beachside, for now, allowing Fishman some ball time. Fishman looking for the quick 1-2. No communication there. Cleared forward. Pucheta plays it toward the nearest fullback, or I should say center back gone fullback. FA New York. With the chance at life here, maybe with a throw-in, as we are within the final 10 minutes in this first half. Ball played up high. Fishman not interfering on that challenge. FA New York conceding another throw-in. And there are a handful of changes here for Beachside FC. I'm counting, well, it looks like 4 to me. Scratch that. I believe it was actually 5. So it's a 5-man change for Beachside. And we'll see how that affects the rhythm of this game as it progresses into the final minutes of the first half. Howard racing for the ball and able to poke it in favor of him. Beachside not able to get past the well-positioned Pietro Ventura. Fishman offside. That's the right call too. The referee has yet to realize it. The same could be said for Fishman. Heartbreaking for the number 23, but you can't say it was a belated call. That is from the assistant referee. Raised it immediately, and he was about a body and a half, if not 2 bodies offside. Free kick now for Beachside SC. Howard. Ball still live here, of course, for Beachside SC. Who has maintained the rhythm of this game in terms of possession. Pucheta somehow spins past 2. Pucheta hoping to feed Fishman on the left wing. Too much pace behind the pass. Should go out for a goal kick. No, instead he keeps it alive. Outmaneuvering Fishman. Pivoting quickly. And Fishman, the target, was never given the ball truly. Back pass to the goalkeeper, Pucheta, with some zonal marking, the nearest white jersey to the goalkeeper. Followed by Fishman. Rakowski as well, playing somewhat aggressively regarding the fact that he's playing farther and farther up in the field, despite the fact that he, on paper, is supposed to be much farther back, just in front of his 3 defenders in this 3-5-2. Beachside, solid defending. The referee sees it as a foul. A little generous, but nothing too controversial. As Miropol was one who had drawn the foul in the first place. Sheehan takes his time as we are under 7 minutes away from the halftime whistle in this sunny Saturday affair. Eisenberg might have clipped the player slightly, nothing intentional, however, as Shabarovsky unable to impede the pass. Cutting it inward, David Rubin doing his best as well. Left-footed shot, makes its way past Sheehan. That's 4. A well-placed rocket toward that bottom corner. And it's 4. Strong first half performance by Beachside SC, excuse me. FAO New York in the meanwhile, looking for another shot on target, and there isn't much that Sheehan could have done there. Simply well placed, well struck. So far a well fought 4-0 result. And this would be, assuming the result stands, FA New York's heftiest loss in quite a while. The 2025 calendar year itself had treated the U13 squad not too badly, in fact. Various signs of improvement. And again, FA New York had gone before this match undefeated in 5 of its last 6 matches. That being said, however, the last 3 in that collection had ended in draws. It would perhaps take some divine intervention to find a 4-4 scoreline here, assuming this rhythm continues, as the left winger was already offside, no doubt about it. Not too much time left in this first half, under 5 minutes. In fact, 4 minutes and counting. And FA New York must find a way to retain the ball itself. Too many giveaways. And I believe we will be seeing in the second half a formation change from 3-5-2 to perhaps a 4-3-3. Balanced enough so that it works. Alternatively, a 3-4-3 could also help with possession. You'd figure a 3-5-2 would invest a lot in that, but given that they're playing with 3 sort of defensive midfielders, it's not been helping out in ball time, surprisingly. Howard, Shabarovsky chasing that ball. Running parallel to the ball handler for now, as Howard, likewise, commits himself to some zonal marking. Beachside looking for 5, denied for now. Buchetta and Fishman looking for a chance up front. Buchetta running away from the ball, was hoping that it would trickle its way past the defender so he could have some open space. Beachside with the interception, and now a drop ball as it ricochets off the referee. Drop ball issued. Beachside SC recovers the ball, thinking about 5. Sheehan, firm hands. Coming down with a lot of swerve. Sheehan, for now, keeps FA Euro somewhat in this game. Use of the heel. Back over the halfway line. Played forward once more, as this is starting to resemble a game of volleyball. Buchetta, unable to do much, as Fishman was well past the ball at that point. A one-man wall assembled. One-armed raised as well. Serving it toward that second post. Does bounce off the shoulder of, I believe, Buchetta, as the goalkeeper catapults this ball toward the right-hand side. We're within the final minute of regulation time here in this first half. And it has been a beachside show. As FA New York implements the offside trap. Perfectly done. I believe it was Chris Reddy who had done the last second movement to win the free kick, as we are now in stoppage time officially. And upon Sheehan's touch, I imagine that's the final kick of the ball in this first half. We'll have another set of 35 minutes of U13 MLS Next action One final drive denied. Fishman, another chance. Fishman inside the penalty area. Fishman somehow still there. Looking for a white jersey. Howard spins, turns, shoots. Immediately encounters a blue and black wall as the 25-mile-per-hour gusts surprises some spectators as well as players here on the field. "4-0 is the scoreline, cleverly cut down by Mirapol. Another chance here, the back line of three being tested. Played inside the penalty area, Chris Reddy with another clearance, and it's in fact Reddy's clearance that marks the final touch of the ball before the halftime whistle itself. So again, after the first 35 minutes, the scoreline is Beachside Soccer Club 4, FA New York 0. Stay with us as we show the Goal of the Month nominees, Plays of the Week, halftime analysis, and of course, the second half. You are watching U13 MLS Next on Game in Frame.
Rosero gets half a yard, catches it beautifully, and opens the scoring with a rip-roaring strike. It's signature Junior Rosero. Espinoza gets around, and he puts it in! And it's 3-2. Richmond regain the lead.
Trouble for Real Central. Shot from distance, looking to beat the keeper. And how about that for a finish to start this game? From about 35 yards out, AC Trilogy stunned John Bowen in net.
Good touch. There's space on the left wing, carrying into the box, taking on one man, taking on a second, looking for a shot, and a beautiful goal! What a strike! East Coast are right back into this one. It's 2-1.
Neto leaves it. Oliveira, 2-1, perfectly placed. Good enough pace to beat Valencia, but also the placement as well. Just inside the far post. And Oliveira.
Willie goes long, trying to find Reynoso. Reynoso gets a touch over the keeper. Reynoso, open goal. And he finishes to make it 2-0. A beautiful touch by David Reynoso over the keeper. And he slots it home.
Mohu. Tug at the shirt. He's had a hit. What a strike! From Mohu, top left corner.
Smith lets it run. Now gonna bring it forward. Smith gets through two. Smith into the middle. He scores! Quentin Smith puts it in at the far post. And Brooklyn have doubled their lead.
Fascioli in a little more space. And he's looking for Richmond. He's played a nice ball over the top. He's gotten it under control. A little clip over the top. What a goal from the Philadelphia skipper.
They're back to pitch. It goes to Moya. Looks like a cross is getting set to be put into the box by Aarons, who takes a shot instead, and he scores! Kirol Aarons makes it 3 for the Empire.
Along the left wing, one step over, two step overs, cutting it inward, playing it back to Ricardo. Mira Sanchez! Goal! Ricardo Mira Sanchez makes it 3-1.
Over the top, goalkeeper a long way off his line, LaFlash. His pass is loose, however, he's a long way off his goal. The goal is gaping and the goal is bypassed. Finally for New York International, they break free. Elation, Alex Theodorescu has opened the scoring.
course, you have just watched the latest Goal of the Month nominees. This for the month of April here in 20 on Instagram at Game in Frame. Make sure to let us know your favorite in the comments section before tomorrow, 11:59 p.m. Again, before 11:59 p.m. tomorrow, under the comments section, let us know at Game in Frame on Instagram.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The Salt Air Case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game & Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
This could spell trouble for Real Central. Not from distance, looking to beat the keeper. And how about that for a finish to start this game?
Great feet. It's set up to Kugler on the top of the box. Whose effort! An immaculate save by Nivkovic. Unbelievable reach. Looks like a cross is getting set to be put into the box by Aarons, who takes a shot instead, and he scores!
Oh, it's good switch of play. CPR could be in. They are! It's the equalizer!
Buchel out in front, no one around him. Into the 18, his shot is deflected away.
Pass there.
As the second half here is nearly underway, these two teams, when it comes to the keys of the game, could not be more opposite, considering that Beachside SC has a 4-0 advantage here. 3 of those goals coming within the opening 17 minutes, 2 within the opening 7, in fact, if you want to double down. Continuing with, of course, the keys to the game, for Beachside of Connecticut Soccer Club, the most important component here in this game is to uphold its possession or its possessive style of play. The Connecticut players themselves have quite literally dictated the rhythm here, little on the tempo, as in fact they find themselves inside the penalty area once more to make it 5 perhaps. Dribbles out wide, selfless play, beautiful finish, that's 5. A gorgeous second half goal here by Beachside SC as soon as we were talking about possession. And what a selfless touch. Followed up by a marvelous finish to truly confirm the lead 5-0 here. FA Euro New York must restart once again. Meanwhile, for FA Euro New York, its key to the game will also revolve around possession, but it's actually finding one's targets in the middle third. As that's a gorgeous ball, makes his way inside the 18-yard box, dispossessed by a backtracking Pietro Ventura. Fishman, not in the proper spot, but continuing, of course, with the keys to the game. FA Euro New York has been caught in a game of keep away the entire time by Beachside SC. So must find a way to not only repel that, but perhaps give the opposition a taste of its own medicine. Coming back now from a 5-0 scoreline is close to impossible. Though that being said, there would be a moral victory or a silver lining in finding a goal of its own, given that the Beachside SC goalkeeper has hardly gotten his gloves dirty. Rakowski with some help. Howard, as FA Euro New York once more trying to reestablish its rear guard. Beautiful touches. Again, thinking about 6. Could be 6. Sheehan! Parrying it away. Outstanding shot. Followed up by a first-class save. Sheehan keeps it 5-0. Wow, that is stunning how Beachside SC teaches these young players to take not only shots from this distance, but place it with such an accuracy. It is admirable as this U13 squad looks for a 6th goal. Beachside currently not finding it for now. Another opportunity, perhaps just moments away, as Mirapol extended that right foot back inside the 18-yard box, thinking about a cross, goes for a cross, and instead hits the side netting, nearly 6. The away side spectators clearly hoping for a goal fest here. Corner kick once more toward the near post, headed away by Pucheta. Thinking about the volley, controls it, lays it down off the crossbar. Oh, and that bounces off the hands of the goalkeeper into the back of the net. That's 6. That's frustration from Sheehan. And I have no doubt that it's not only the spin off the crossbar that affected it, but it's also the wind. No doubt about it. Those 25-mile-per-hour gusts are no joke. As it is 6. And just like the first half, 2 really early goals to open up this period of 35 minutes. The first half saw 2 goals within the opening 7 minutes. And we have just witnessed 2 goals within the opening 4. And talking about accuracy and placement when it comes to those shots from outside the 18-yard box, it is unbelievable how these Beachside players have already established this skill at such a young age, as he is very clearly onside, trying to beat Chris Reddy on the dribble. Instead, Fishman drops all the way back as an extra defender. Sheehan. As we've also seen some substitutions here. David Rubin still in play. Pucheta wrestles it away. Pucheta lobbing it forward. Counterattack. Rakowski. That ball's going to trickle its way into the 18-yard box. The goalkeeper in no rush. flicking it to himself before dropping it right back at his own 2 feet.
Let's go, Blue.
6-0 is the score line. It was 4-0 at halftime. And within the opening 4 minutes here in this second 35-minute period, 2 shots from outside the 18-yard box, indirectly or directly, resulted in the 6-0 lead. Eisenberg trying to feed Pucheta. And so far, I'm not seeing a formational change for FA Euro New York, as the counterattack is on here. Could be 7 if he's able to find his target using the outside part of his foot, turns it into a through pass. Pietro Ventura chasing the ball, intercepts it first. The referee, or assistant referee, signaling for a throw-in in favor of the Connecticut side. The visitors had to complete a close to 2-hour drive as they make their way inside the 18-yard box. This time hitting the side netting, all under control by Sheehan. As we wait this goal kick, this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Aircase the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive 10% discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get this aforementioned discount and keep it fresh. As Eisenberg wanted to play it toward Mirapol, and for now, there's almost a lack of communication amongst the FA Euro players. Again, a 6-0 scoreline, maybe a hefty one, but it doesn't mean you can't score 1 or 2 goals of your own to find a silver lining. FA Euro New York relying on Pucheta. Pucheta eventually loses the ball. This one goes up for a throw-in. Once again, the gusts being present here. I don't believe the weather reports marked this day to be windy. Instead, it was supposed to be extraordinarily stormy and rainy. And we're seeing the exact opposite of that here this Saturday afternoon. And let's hope it stays that way. Just outside the penalty area, now inside the 18-yard box, laying it over, could be a shot on target. Sheehan holds on to it. Not 7 for now, but it's another save for Sheehan. As David Rubin receives the rollout toward Harris. Rakowski onside. Oh, now there's a much delayed call. Took the assistant referee a little bit of a while. Not the most egregious sin, however. As Beachside wastes no time with a free kick from its own half, from its own third. As 10 minutes have gone by in this second half, a little more like 11. Back pass, nearly intercepted by Fishman. FA Euro New York with the initial challenge. It's another corner kick, the situation in which Beachside SC has found itself at its most lethal, that and shots from outside the 18-yard box. Unafraid to test the goalkeeper from distance. Seven blue jerseys inside the 18-yard box. Serve toward that first post. Defended well. He could be thinking about the shot here to make it 7. Would be a spectacular 7. It is! A stellar 7th goal once more from outside the 18-yard box. Talking about lethality from not only that range, but from corner kicks itself. And lo and behold, the 7th goal comes from that situation. Shewarovsky restarts the match here. FA Euro New York. Beachside. Offensively controlling this game, Bucheta. Beachside SC evading one challenge. Man, but to see these players with that sort of confidence when you're testing shots from 18 yards out, 20 yards out, even 25 yards out, and best of all, to place it on target, those drills must be not only extraordinary, but first class. I'm almost inclined to say that every shot from outside the 18-yard box for Beachside SC has gone on target. You don't get to often see that. Closest professional example that I could think of at this moment would be FC Cincinnati in Major League Soccer. As we've made it past the 47th minute. So in other words, we have just a little over, if not under 22 minutes left. Actually, now it's under 22 minutes. If you're in New York, not trying to concede the 8th as Eisenberg reconnects quickly. So far, this has really been a defensive test. Not much would have anticipated this result. In fact, I'd argue most would have been anticipating a low-scoring chance. Or rather, a low-scoring game. And it's really due to the fact that Beachside SC possesses one of the best defenses in the Northeast Division, according to the quality of play rankings. So one would have thought this would have been a test for the offense. But instead, the visitors from Connecticut flipped the script, and it's currently 7-0. And the last goals in this match have come from attempts outside the 18-yard box, whether directly or indirectly. As these are some ferocious wins. Bucheta along the right flank. Bucheta looking for some life, trying to cross it. Fishman with some off-the-ball dribbling that could turn out to be costly here. That could have been the first goal for FA Euro New York. The second in this MLS Next trilogy. But for now, it appears that FA Euro New York will have been, or would have been, shut out, assuming this result stands for the second time, again, in this triple header. Chris Reddy chasing the ball, has Sheehan. Sheehan coming to his aid. The goalkeeper in red. Not spending too much time on the ball. Playing it quickly toward Ventura. Ventura. Playing it out wide. Bucheta. chasing down the ball. And at the end, Beachside can resort to its goalkeeper and his footwork. Fishman has Pucheta to help him out. Fishman nearly poking the ball away from the goalkeeper. Played once more along the right flank, and according to the assistant referee, 100% of that ball had exited the field of play. And considering that we are just about halfway through the second half, a water break is in play. And FAO New York must dig deep to find that aggressiveness, that aggression, to find at least one goal here. I don't believe I've ever seen a comeback from 7. I've seen comebacks from 4. Not necessarily from 5 in one match, but across a 2-leg series, yes. Although it's not impossible. I almost witnessed it on a couple accounts. That is at the college level and professional level. But right now, to face a 7-0 scoreline, again, I always believe that nothing is impossible, but at this rate, you would like to prioritize a silver lining in the form of a goal or two, just to etch your name into the scoreboard. Beachside, on the other hand, doing everything right, only allowing perhaps one glimpse of hope for FAO New York's vanguard, and it happened moments ago when Pucheta crossed it toward Fishman, and Fishman, to maybe the surprise of many, didn't take it upon his first chance. Many would have thought he would have hit that one time. Meanwhile, Beachside Soccer Club, especially from the offensive standpoint, has been a force to be reckoned with. Practically unstoppable. Again, an undeniably tough moment for FAO New York, but it's moments like these, scenarios like these, that show you the importance of sports psychology, especially at this young age, because it's a matter of how do you come back from this game, not only in this fixture, but also in the upcoming ones. And eventually, even the best of athletes must learn to shake it off, as difficult as it may sound. It's a cruel but true part and lesson of this sport. In fact, of any sport. Launched toward the FAO New York jersey belonging to Gwynedd. Sheehan collects this loose ball inside the penalty area of his own. Very sunny conditions as that ball, still in the middle third. Howard, unable to get there first. Quickly played by Beachside, just outside the 18-yard box, looking for space, especially on that left flank. Quick cross, maybe a little too quick for some positioning, as Chris Reddy was able to boot it away. Another sniff at goal, perhaps, for Beachside SC, as a through pass was able to filter its way past the two center backs on the right-hand side. However, it's Sheehan that emerges with the ball at his own feet, or I should say hands. In fact, it looks like FAO New York is playing almost a little too compact with its current formation. They're currently using the fullest widths of the field. Served with that left foot toward the far post. Beachside still with a chance and still with a moment of possession, maybe even a goal scoring opportunity. Inside the penalty area, quick 1-2s. Sheehan rushes toward the ball. Sheehan caught in no man's land. FAU New York still stands strong. Deflection here, going wide, never going to test Sheehan. And that ball goes up for a corner kick. And given the chaos that's been caused by corner kicks, Beachside has scored, if not twice, maybe even thrice, 3 times in other words, from corner kick situations, whether directly or indirectly. Served right-footed toward the far post, bouncing off a blue shoulder. Playing it back out wide. Good communication by Beachside. Another right-footed cross, encountered by a right-footed block. Ball still kept alive, still inside the penalty area, in fact. Left-footed curler! Wow, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful eighth. Very beautiful curler. Not much more you can say about that. Close to the upper 90. Sheehan outstretched, but that communication and those killer short passes is what's given Beachside SC an 8-0 lead. And again, we talk about psychology here, because as a player, one must try to bounce back from this result. Mentally, of course. Even if this does seem impossible, which is a fair statement, mentally one must bounce back, even if it's by finding a goal of one's own. It is a necessity in order to find success in this sport, or in any sport, because that could arguably play a trickle-down effect in future fixtures. Ball toward the back line. Ready. Not the nearest defender. He was backtracking, allowing some space. This could be 9. Not too far away from the 9th. So including today, assuming this result stands, FAU New York would be suffering its second loss across 7 matches. And unfortunately for FAU New York, again, it's almost paradoxical to say this, unbeaten in 5 of its last 7, including today, assuming this result stands. By the same virtue, its 3-game tie streak would have been snapped somewhat negatively, given that this is a loss. And that would also extend a winless streak. Again, the last matches have ended in ties, 3 of them. It would extend that winless streak to 4. So again, an interesting situation is what FAU New York finds itself in. And sometimes these sorts of games happen, no matter your caliber. Barcelona a couple years ago lost 8-2 to Bayern Munich. A painful loss that still stings in the hearts of various Blaugrana fans. However, Barcelona has took that as a learning lesson and is attempting to bounce back, especially this season, in European contention, given that it's in the Champions League semi-final, not to mention in the running for La Liga, and is of course the latest winner of the Copa del Rey. My point, however, is that these sorts of results happen to even the best of teams. as this could be 9. Sheehan, not required for now. A good block by FA Euro New York to prohibit the 9th. It's merely a part of the game, as painful as it is. But the players must take this as a learning moment. See where things went wrong. See how they test their mentality. As Sheehan, two-handed save, fully stretched. Another shot on target from outside the penalty area. Although the referee says that the Beachside player got the final touch. Bouncing off Howard, I believe. Attacking from the right flank. Cutting it down is David Rubin. For now, it's 8-0 in favor of the away team. Likewise, another result I could think that suffered in a hefty loss, but also resulted in some development, as that one finds the 9th. Somehow finding its way into the bottom corner. It looked like it was going to trickle out of bounds, somehow knuckling downward with just enough speed to bounce off the turf into the back of the net for 9. Another similar scenario would be New York City FC's home loss, I believe in either its first or second year of existence, to its now eternal rival, the New York Red Bulls. NYCFC had lost 7-0 in Yankee Stadium to its foes. That being said, however, years later, NYCFC took that as a learning lesson and eventually was able to win the MLS Cup in 2021. These moments of what could be seen as adversity are meant to be learning opportunities, especially in this beautiful game, as Kellerman enters the game as well. And this could be 10 as he makes his way into the penalty area, evades 2, chops it inward, playing it back toward a nearby blue jersey, using his torso, trying to flick it over the defender. He does so successfully. Another chance. He's offside, however. So for now, it's still 9-0. And this couldn't be more polar opposite than the first game. The U15 ended scoreless. The U14 ended in a 2-1 Beachside win. And we're currently witnessing a 9-0 result. Again, it's the visiting side that's controlling the rhythm and the scoreline in this match at the College of Staten Island. Controlled, playing it with the right foot, lobbing it, lovely through pass, eventually poked away. Too many touches, too many feints. That player could have had the 10th himself, as we're within the final 5 minutes of regulation time. Again, the final 5 minutes. Quickly played, just outside the penalty area. Way too much time given to adjust himself. Eventually, someone would have to cut down that angle. Logan Wynyard unable to dispossess his opponent. It was a pass quickly played toward the left extremity for Beachside. In other words, our far hand view, as the play is now switched toward that right hand side again. Not too much time left here. As FAU New York is perhaps hoping to avoid a double-digit concession, which I don't believe has been done by the club in a very long time. Beachside. From center back to fullback, center back to center back now. Now attacking the left-hand side. And FAU New York looks to capitalize on that error. Playing keep away. Too conservative. Fishman nearly blocking the goalkeeper's clearance along the ground. FAU New York looking for a response. Buchetta has ball tackled from behind, a clean one at that. And a dummy pass from Beachside SC does just enough to win the space. The Connecticut players taking their time, toying with the ball. As he's inside the penalty area, Beachside was threatening the FA Euro goal for a 10th time, perhaps. But the club ultimately backtracks. It appears that the referee has added 1 minute of stoppage time. So only one more minute here. So that FAU New York either scores one of its own or avoids the concession of a 10th. Either or at this rate will be seen as a moral victory. Beachside still putting the pedal to the metal here. Still in the driver's seat. Has possessed the ball for a large portion of this game. As the referee takes a peek one more time at his watch. And that will be the final touch of the ball here as Beachside SC is victorious in a 9-0 fashion. An offensive exhibition by Beachside displayed right here in this part of New York City and Staten Island. FAU New York avoids a concession of a 10th. And again, this should be taken as a learning moment. No matter how tough or rough, this is a natural part of the game, especially when you're growing up in this developmental league. So again, Beachside ends up winning this game 9-0. And of course, tonight at 8 p.m., New York Empire FC clashes with East Coast FC in the UPSL Premier Division as the wins build up here. In the Cosmopolitan Soccer League Division 1, a title decider takes center stage at 10 a.m. tomorrow as Polonia SC tussles with New York International FC. The National Premier Soccer League will also witness the debut of American Soccer Club New York tomorrow at 7 p.m. as it takes on Osners FC. And finally, New York Penn Cyprian Freedoms will attempt to advance its Metropolitan Conference lead by going toe-to-toe with Richmond County FC in the American Premier Soccer League at 8 p.m. tomorrow. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game and Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. So again, the final score here is Beachside 9, FAU New York 0. Behind the camera has been Nicholas Marshall. I have been Sean Cabrera, and we both thank you for tuning into this transmission of MLS Next on Game in Frame.